You're not late, I am early. It's not the same thing. And this is not the correct camera. I said that's not the same thing. We do have VSC audio. That is perfect. Hi everyone. No, I'm not hyped for anything. I don't know what's making you think that. No. No reasons. How's everyone doing? Might switch avatar because there's weird. I don't know what's happening there. I'm guessing it
Are you
might be the
sure about that?
bows that are a bit buggy. Maybe it's the world itself being a bit buggy. I don't know. We'll see. If I switch avatar and it scuffs too, we know why. But yeah, hi everyone. Hi pets, hi Siri. Oh wait, Siri's there? No, Siri's not there yet. Hi BP, hi Cobra, hi Audrey. Hi Siri, if you're having the same issue as yesterday and we don't see you, I don't see any of your message yet. But yes, hi in advance. I'm saying that because that goob yesterday was having an issue like watching stream on Twitch, and they had to use a VPN to be able to chat in chat in the Twitch chat. Otherwise, it would not send anything for no particular reasons. At least no particular logical reasons of why I would do that, but yeah. Yeah, I feel like it's not just an issue with the booba physics. If you look at the braid is also doing the weird shrugging. I'll have to look at that. It's kind of weird. It's an old version of the array, so I still need to go rework it. I have a more recent one, but I don't remember when I updated it, and I think I was still having issues, so yeah, I'm not gonna switch to that one. This one works, kind of. Like, I'm just gonna switch to the other one. Hopefully it works perfectly and yeah, it seems it's working better. Slightly updated version because I wanted to switch a bit. I think I changed a bit the texture too, slightly. They finally got Siri. Yeah, well, they had to. Siri had to grab a VPN because of that. It's a bit annoying. Yeah. Hopefully, Siri is not having this issue today. And my speaking headset is getting water. Well, condensation in the fucking lens because of how fucking hot it is. I don't know if I'm gonna stay the entire time today. We might play something else for a bit. Because I have a game in mind that some people might have seen me play yesterday. It's still having the issue with the hair. At least it's not doing it with the boobs, but I do need to go and look what the fuck is happening with this. The braid is still buggy as fuck. But yes, as some of you may have noticed, I don't know if you did, while looking at the schedule, I'm definitely not hyped for anything. So yeah, today we're doing this Vrchat for a bit. Probably going to switch to desktop though because it's too hot today. And yeah, yeah, I don't know how long I'm gonna do VR today. We'll see. I should probably send at least for the goobs that are supposed to join invite so that they can join the thingy. But yeah. Tomorrow we will be playing Foundry instead of Dave the Diver, which technically there was a bit more content after the end of the story of the DLC, but since I had already planned to change stuff and Dave the Diver is kind of like, it was kind of finished, and I'm gonna tell you, the last beetle that you're supposed to catch is like, just, I'm glad there's not that many beetles like that, because it was extremely painful to redo. Like, it's a big beetle, so you get 3 beetles to fight it, but it was doing random shit and getting me on thing where you would be like, oh yeah, I did this, so the beetle should be like in logic doing something to counter me, and so I can use this to counter it. No, it was countering me every fucking time on every single thing I tried to do. Was completely RNG based, and I managed to get it, but after way too many fucking tries, I'm tired. I don't like this. I hope they change it, because that was horrendous. It was not fun. Like, you can get the best bugs that you want. There might be a strategy where you try to just not take damage and just make the enemy bug just, I don't know, just wait and not manage to damage your 3 bugs, and then you have more health than the big bug. But outside of that, I have no clue. Brief health fishing. Yes, we are going to be health fishing for a bit, and then we're gonna go do a bit of a game that Veldy gifted me, which is very fun. I'm gonna redo it from the start though, since I do want to show everything properly, but we will definitely like do a bit of it. I don't know how far we will be going in it though, because yeah, might be the game that will come either to A, replace Foundry, or B, to be on Tuesday and Foundry pushed back to Wednesday, when we decide to lower back the Helldivers. Like, maybe next week we do only 2 Helldivers stream, maybe, during the week. I don't know about the weekend collabs yet, like what's planned. I know we're doing a collab this week again for Helldivers on Saturday, so we'll go back with that. And yeah, so yes, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, Helldivers. I'm not hyped about anything, by the way. And as for the game in question, we'll be playing today after a bit of fishing. As some of you can guess, it's Iron Nest, obviously. We're gonna go do the pew pew. The pew pew from the inside, where we don't see shit except the big craters in the ground where we shot our shells. Also, I need to, when I will be playing this, I will need to not think about trying to get all the medals, because I noticed that one of the mission, the 3rd mission, if you try to get all of the medals for it on gold, it's not doable. Like, with the shell you have available when you're doing mission 3, you can't do it. You can't do all of the medals in gold, because one of them is use the minimum amount of cash for the mission, which to me was 3 scouting shells, and like I will be able to show, because I'm gonna redo it approximately how I did it. I was lucky there was 2 infantries together, so I just used the explosive shell just for those. Then I used 4 AP shell for the infantry and 1 AP shell for the bunker. I was too much already. Like it's 56 credits, and I ended up with 74 more credits than I started with. But I still got just silver medal for that. As for like battery shooting, I don't know how you're supposed to get the gold, if you're supposed to do a certain amount of shot in a certain amount of time. I did manage to get all, like, I did the star shell first so that I got an idea of where the enemies were. Well, after doing the whole painting everything on the fucking board, I did the star shell approximately where I thought might be good position for potentially getting all of the enemies with the least amount of star shell, which in that third mission 3 is relatively a good amount. A star shell is only 2 credits compared to the plane, which is 60 credits for maybe covering 2 of the 3 star shells. So yeah, star shell is definitely the choice if you want to use less point. But it's so fast. It is such a good one. Like, it's one of those games. It has the mobile phone game kind of missions, but it's a full PC game with like a good design. Honestly, I love it. Also, I will admit that on the second mission, you're supposed to do stuff, and there's generals and stuff out of some place. Allied general forces. I just decided, you know, I have an HE shell available. It may have fallen on them. It may have. I'm not sure. Might be. I don't know, because after that, my iron nest exploded because it got attacked, obviously, and I still finished the mission. The only additional information that was in there was like, oh yeah, you did the mission 100%, perfect. You hit 2 allies. The 2 allies in question were the 2 groups of generals and important people. I'm also going to do something funny on the first tutorial mission, because you're supposed to hit an hospital, an allied hospital, by mistake. But you can avoid it. So it doesn't change the fact that there's something afterwards that counter a bit, whatever. What a shack. A decimated shack. Look at the derby face. Look at the derby face. Wow. 800mm HE shell to destroy 1 anti-monarchist infantry division and creating 250 square acres of new exciting real estate opportunities. Yes. Hi, Ali. And hi, Animator. Hope you're both doing good. But yeah, no, I'm hyped of seeing Marshall. The issue I was having is that I went into the discussion forum about this mission, the third mission, to see how people got the gold medal. Turns out they're using a shell I don't have access to. There's a shell that costs only 2. Is even less powerful, like, in terms of range than others, but still does the work for the fire missions. So if you aim properly, you're gonna do the kill. It's just costs 2 instead of 10. So yeah, you can lower that 50 to around 20, and then 26 with the 3-star shells. Maybe 30 because you may need 1 AP shell because there's a bunker that needs to be penned. And if you're lucky, maybe there's multiple of the enemies next to each other and you can just use an HE. But that's questionable. There's also a Vrchat round that I'm thinking might work for that mission, but I don't have it. And I'm gonna need to finish the mission to obtain more punch cards that I can use to go back, gold everything. So we will be going back and forth at some point. But for now, we're just gonna do 1, 2, or 3 missions, maybe 4 missions if we have time, depending. I'm guessing I'm probably going to hop off at 4 so that I can grab my ice cream, switch to desktop and everything. So in 2 hours. And then we'll just do a bit of Iron Nest. A bit, like 3 hours, you know. 3 hours of the Iron Nest. Because currently it's too fucking hot for me. How much is it currently? It is already 30 outside, it's 26 in my room currently, so currently it's fine, but it's gonna go up very, very, very fucking fast. Like, it's only 1 in the afternoon, and it's 30. We don't have any cloud planned. There is no fucking cloud in the sky. It's gonna hit me hard today. And the fact that my headsets decide to condensate water into the, like, on the lens is annoying me. Maybe I'm gonna take care of this quickly. Because it is up a unpractical. Let me take off my head for a second. Head. There we go. Side of my eyes have been cleaned. And Levi has spawned. I should probably move over there. Am I not supposed to have a boost? I already missed a minute, so it's fine. But we're definitely not gonna get it. I mean, it's not like I'm also alone fishing, so it's probably not gonna be caught. But yeah. We are not free moving when sitting down on the ship, only my last shaken. Last Shusha is the best. I'm guessing it's something to do with the maybe sitting animation in the FX, because I think Last Shusha has a FX layer for all of the things compared to some other that don't have some of the FX layer, some of the layer animation layer. And I'm guessing one of them is the sitting animation, which is not on most. So they get the basic seating animation from the game, which is works, I guess, because you do have your butt on the seat normally, though technically my Mmmmayo, I think, sink in the seat. But yeah. Fab, thank you for the resub, by the way. How you doing? Sadly, I will have to watch the VOD for that. I must hip. Have good eve, Cobra. Wow. But yeah. We will be doing Iron Nest. I don't know, like, I hope we can get to the 4th missions by the... but before the end of the stream. But yes. It does take a bit to do some of those missions. How's the pup? Why am I catching everything? I'm supposed to not be catching anything outside of potentially the scale, because if you do just the scales, you have a better chance of getting more stuff. I can't do the... well, I could, but yeah. I need to change the cape. So I would need to work on it a lot to manage to make it look like something. Because currently it's just a black cape. It works, but it's a bit basic. Don't have my I don't have my helmet. You okay? You better be, you goob. Otherwise I'm gonna squish you. But yeah, no. I hope you'll be doing good today. Squish. How dare. 200. Holy. Stop is watching me. Puts a tear to my eyes. Thank you so much. Cute bean. I see. Yes, we can see your message in chat. Yes. Squish the Siri. Yeah, we got the Siri in chat. Twitch works. Oh, you did not even need to use the VPN this time? Nice. Could have been an issue of connection, like maybe between your country and one of the nodes that connects to Twitch was trying to pass the information through there, but since you use a VPN it went somewhere else before going to Twitch and worked then. See, it just makes it work. Yeah, just make it work. Trash! Always catch the trash because first of all it's fast to catch, and second of all you need it for the quest that I just finished. Yay, but no power today, but I think I have enough power banks. I hope you do. Hi Vin, how you doing? I'm not gonna be on in VR for the entire time. As explained, I will switch to desktop at some point. And by at some point, I mean at... Hi, you know. It's a small one. We have been joined by a small one. Adorable small one. I might be big too, that might also be the case. Yeah, 194, that is kind of big. There you go, fixed. They're not that small, it's fine. I was for some reason massive. I'm guessing I took a picture in a world where I was needing to make my avatar look normal size. Wah wah wah. Small. Cute. Cute small. King Yums. Can always ask for power loan. Yeah, It definitely could. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Wait, new eye commission, new eye mission constellation. One second, I'm just gonna grab that fish. Why am I grabbing a fish? It's pretty. I like it. It's light and not too much, like too violent like mine's. Can I? Eesh. Look at it. Look at this cutie. Look at this cutie. Hi, Devil. Mayo? I don't know if it's a Mayo. Are you asking me to be in my Mayo? That's also a possibility. In that case, I will say, yeah, I should probably switch to the Mayo soon, since we're not gonna be long in VR. But I'm gonna finish that levy. Damn. I don't know. Is that the Mayo? It's an eye. Oh, this. It's an eye. You want that face? Oh, this wants your face. Oh, this turning like Blanky and wanting to numb on people's face now. They are not Blanky. Yes, they are not Blanky. I'm raping it. Wow, no raping. I'm gonna bite you. Sting. Well, but yes, you killed the levy. Hi, Badias. Small. Another small desktop pin. Look at them. And I did make my spams smaller. I'm glad because they would have been extremely small if I was still at 194 there. Get $10, you know what you have? $10. I mean, yes. Yeah, if you get $10, what do you have? $10. Math. Pupils, what? What are you talking about, Rodis? What you talking about? Gotta become Denji Junior. Ah. Have you seen the Chainsaw Man? No, I did not watch this. I did not watch this, sorry. I was too busy watching One Piece. Yeah, the season. Yeah, I watched season 1 of One Piece. I'm not even sure if there is seasons. Oh, do you mean the live action one? No, I did not watch the live action One Piece. I only watched the anime. I see on One Piece from start and then they goes by like, yeah, I mean, at least season 1 with 12 episodes and season 2 with the 1K. Yeah, I think the season 1 with 12 episodes is the live action series that they made, which apparently is decent, but it goes way faster than the anime also. And they're also trying to remake the starting seasons, and people are not entirely happy because they think that it might be done partially by AI, which I don't know if that's true, but yeah. Okay, I spent 600 relics yesterday and finally got strongest angler for the Levy rod for the first time since launch. Congratulations. I used 200. I got it instantly on this. Of One Piece, you could say it's is until the first time skip. Yeah, technically, first time skip would be first season, second time skip would be second season, and then you would be at the third season currently. What I do is by just getting rid of the slow pace and the filler arc, even though I would say a lot of fillers are. Yeah, no, there's a bunch of fillers that show small things that if you don't pay attention to those, you might not notice things that fits with the rest. Like even in the filler episode, there's things that are important and just adds to the thing. The only thing that I would love them to remove is not the filler episode, but the out of story episode. You know, the one where it's not even linked to the story. Like it has issues with consistency with the story, or it's a fictional thing, like for example the one where Garp is a pirate, which doesn't make sense. That one they can get rid of. I don't mind not having that in the list of episodes. But the rest of the story is important. Hi, Kenny. Hi, Cairo. You're a nerd. Can't believe. Piglet. Yes. But yeah. I wonder how far they'll go with the live action, honestly. I hope they can manage to get further with the live action than at least the second time skip. But yeah. There's a point where they're going to start having issues with how much CGI they will need to put into each scenes. Might return rest. I don't know what I did to my back. Oh yeah, if you need to relax and not move, just lay down and be cozy. You'll hop back in VR. But you said you had issues with your back, YouTube. But you lay in VR, but yeah, okay, sure. That kind of works, yes. Goop. Hi, Lugs. Welcome to the stream. Hi, monkey. Bop. It's just waiting for Shocky 2-piece to show. Wow. I'm playing my Supreme, so I'm playing my yeah. Wow. I hope you're all having a wonderful time, Beans. Lurking while doing so? You're more than welcome to lurk. Hope work is going well. We are going to be fishing for like 2 hours, and then I'm gonna switch to desktop for a bit. Well, for 3 hours. With a very cozy game. Hopping on you. Onk. You goob. Onk, onk, onk. butter heaper. Yes. Yeah, I mean, if you mean it the way of the Blunky, where you just jump on someone and you be overly cozy and just make someone not be able to stand up because they have an adorable Blunky on their lap, then yeah, sure. That does fix everything. Because Blunky is too adorable. Blunky is biting so much. It's love bites. It's fine. How long fishing for? Only 2 more hours. Well, a bit less than 2 hours now. I'm gonna stop at 4 p.m. Switch to the stop. Okay. I think I can provide so much food out of myself. You need to feed the Blunky. Always feed the Blunky. Blunky must be fed. Salad. Are you a salad? Otherwise we need to send Gibby. No one's a cow. No one's a cow? Oh no. One's a cow. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to read that sentence. Gibby's grass, yes. Well, it's kind of salad. That's the closest thing to salad we have. I think. Then the cow. Oh, Gibby, yeah. Then there wouldn't be no more Gibby. That is scary thought. We have very deep conversation in here. Don't worry. But yes, as you can all imagine, I'm not hyped at all for the Helldiver Warborn. That's definitely not coming when my streak of Helldiver streams gonna start. It's definitely not. Yeah, no. Warhammer 1? Yeah, the Warhammer 1 with the bolt pistol that has heavy pen, yeah. That one, yep. And the Melta-gun, yep. And the laser marksman rifle, yep. And the Melta-mine, yep. Not that one, yeah. I'm not hyped about it, yeah. Now the big update that adds new enemies on the Illuminate fronts, yeah, no, I'm not hyped about that. No. Why would I be? No, I am very hyped about it, obviously, but that's mostly because I love both series, and just seeing those two series together, even if it's just gimmick, kind of, outside of maybe the bolt pistol. Well, no, not even the bolt pistol. I would say just the Melta-gun is the most unique weapons we have in the list, and still kind of not. Because I will present to you my point that we have bolt pistol, we have the Jar Dominator. That is bolt gun. It's exactly the same thing. Maybe with less pen, technically. I'm not sure. I don't remember. I haven't looked at the stat. Laser rifle? We don't have a laser rifle yet. But we do have a laser guns already. A bunch. Melta-gun? Technically the laser cannon is the equivalent of the Melta-gun, but less powerful. Longer range. And the last one would be the Melta-mine, which is the only one that technically is kind of unique, but we have the stratagem for the anti-tank mine, technically, that does similar amount of damage. So yeah, I'm like, It's mostly gimmicky more than anything. Because we already have the guns from from Warhammer in Helldivers. They're just not the same design, but they have the same use, kind of. Like, even the laser cannon from Warhammer 40k, we have the quasar cannon, that's the same thing. Flamers, we have flamers. Normal guns, we have normal guns. So yeah, it's more skins than anything else, while still technically giving us an alternative to the Senator pistol, or maybe even the grenade launcher pistol. Hopefully, though maybe not. Like, I'm hoping you can use it to close holes with the bolt pistol, but you might not be able to. So we'll see for that, but yeah. And so technically the Jar Dominator doesn't use explosive, it uses just rocket propelled shells. Wow, Monkey want to fix the Yuna. But she doesn't to be fixed. Look at the... She's adorable. She's cozy on the boat. What do you mean by that, Monkey? What do you mean by that, Monkey? Also, since I did it for Ray Leonard Collections last week, this outfit can be found. I don't think she's on. Like, I don't think it's on Booth. I think it's on Jinxie, or maybe Gumroad. It's made by Marcy Studio. So if you go search Marcy Studio on Twitter, they should have linked to their diverse selling platforms. It's probably on one of those. Just go look on one of those, and there should be this Helldivers outfit, which is not made for Lashusha, sadly. I had to ask help from someone to help me fit it. So now I could just use probably Mochifita, now that I think about it, at this point, to fit it. But yes, it is not made for Lashusha. It is made for a bunch of base though, so if you're interested, you can go look. And if it's not fitted for your base, you can try to use Mochifita to make it fit. Hopefully. Fix your anger issue first in Night Rain. Well. Monkey, will everyone suffer, not fix them? Monkey? I will make everyone suffer, not fix them. I think they forgot the make. It's probably that. Exactly. Gotcha. I understand now. There's an Occupy ult a bit behind. I'm gonna move the boat. Did they do something to the movement? I feel like I can't boost anymore. I have no clue. It's fine. We don't need to boost in here. I'm starting to think that they may have nerfed the boost on some bots. Hi, Sin. My slow brain tired me. Pub, just stop being... Yeah, Pub, just be big brain all the time. You're definitely not gonna be tired very fast by doing that. How's the scene? Oh, brain, what would happen? You'd be EP, so wouldn't change anything, I think. Because Pup is EP and you EP, so would just be EP. Squared, maybe. Might be worse than before. You might be sleeping like 23 hours a day at this point. Works for me. Would it be Pop Yuna or Yuna Slur? Hey, what is it? You're staring at the occult pool just like if you wanted to jump in. They jumped in. They're gone. They're gone forever. Definitely. Don't look at this. No, they don't see this. They're gone. They jumped in. They jumped in, as I said. They're gone. Even the pool is gone. God damn it. And they're back. Welcome back. How was the occult break? It was 5 years. Damn. You had a training yard? Ah, no, you got robbed. I'm looking forward to Wednesday. I want to see what they added. I hope it's not just 1 unit. I hope it's not just 2 units, but slightly different. But could be. I'm not gonna try to be like hoping for lots because I just want to have fun. I don't want to be like, oh no, they just added 1 unit. Oh, that's bad. Because we're gonna have fun with the new guns. Anyway, so I don't really need to worry about the amount of stuff that will be in. We are being joined by a Nigel, as you can see by chat being shared. With people being happy to see Nigel, apparently, because Nigel's probably in bikini again. Instead of wearing their very important Helldivers suits to go play Helldivers, because we play Helldivers. And we talk about Helldivers all the time. No, we don't, but yeah. I'm gonna be annoying about this week, probably. Tomorrow I'm gonna be very extremely just, you know, not sure how I'm gonna manage to stream Foundry at this point. Because while I do enjoy a bit of Foundry, it's gonna be me just upgrading the base, trying to fit in more stuff to craft more stuff, and then suffering because there's no blueprint system. I wish there was a blueprint system so I could just grab a bunch of things and say, yeah, I would like to build those things. And then it just makes a transparent thingy of the buildings, and then you can just use drone building thingies and they will drone build the building thingies, and done. That made sense in my head. But yeah, no, the same thing as Factorio or Satisfactory, where you can just build the things in big groups instead of having to place every single thing one by one, which is tedious after a while. Oh yeah, we did manage to get infinite resource on one thing. I do remember that. We did manage to get infinite telexite, which was an issue because one of the telexite exits was empty. Which now is not the case anymore, it's being mined all the time. The only issue is gonna be the amount of telexite of oil that we're gonna need to set up at some point. Like I'm gonna have to have a barrel, a thing to sell barrel and a thing to buy barrels of oil. And an overflow where we throw the barrels somewhere. I don't know where yet. Just store them somewhere in massive storages. So we have a bunch of storage of barrels that we can either sell or do something with. Because we're gonna need a lot of oil at some point. Because the Olomites are finite resource in that world. You can't make it infinite. Which does make it relatively hard to actually just make it work. We're being joined by a pup. Pop pop. Getting pop pop. It's a Yuna, but I don't see the Nigel so far. I don't know where Nigel is. Nigel doesn't exist. They're just a figment of my imagination. I thought they had joined.
That is Goober.
Look, I thought they had joined. I did not hear them say hi in my back there. No, I don't know that they're here. Hi.
Okay.
How you doing? No, the door is closed. I can't go in. And you can't go in either. I'm sad. I want this door to be open over there.
Squish.
Wow. I'm gonna be on
pulling a monkey.
for only 1 more hour and 30 minutes, by the way. I'll be hopping in desktop.
For the next levy.
Yeah, definitely. I'll be I'd be stopping after the next levy, but it's hot today, so I'm gonna switch to desktop at some point.
Oh, it's Siri's fault for making things hot for you. Okay, I see.
Hey yo.
I mean, it's Paul's.
Hi Senvo. Hi Pop. Look at that
Hi,
pup
Bonoy.
there. That pup.
Bonoy. There's a wabbit.
Eesh. Can I point? Yeah, it's kind of hard to point like this. Yeah, the goop behind me.
Sub to Shocky.
No, sub to Nigel.
Sorry, I mean correction. Buy ice cream for Shocky.
I can't say no to that. Damn it. Though technically, would not be buying, would be sending me money so that I can buy it, so that it doesn't melt before coming here. Look at that pup. Yes. Yes, go for it, pup.
Can't believe. I can't believe. German suplex into water. What the heck? I'm cursing your next runs in Night Rain.
You just need to play with Monkey, right?
But I mostly give it to the monkey.
Hi, Monkey. How you doing?
Monkey.
Monkey.
Sorry, curse with monkey. Yeah, it's gonna be even more curse.
Dante. We're getting Dante. Where are they spawning? I have no clue where they're spawning. They're spawning somewhere. Eat the pup.
It's the head empty pup.
Head empty. No thought and empty.
Yes. Have you not seen Pup's last post? Pup is head empty.
I have not seen the last post, I think, and I can't open my browser
Yeah,
currently.
you know the hoodie is just there's nothing underneath.
Ah,
And it's just open.
head empty, yeah.
Yeah, very empty.
What?
But Chucky.
Mhm.
Chucky.
Helldiver, yeah. Yeah. Helldiver.
Soon TM. I'm pretty sure I don't have the points for it. I don't have the creds for it.
How did you how did you
place.
guess I would be thinking about that? I have no clue.
Yeah, it's definitely not like 2 days, from now.
Yeah,
Definitely not, right?
yeah,
Yep,
no.
yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
Shaki. So, in less than like 20 minutes, Maya mode.
Hmm? Mayo, yeah,
Spending the last hour
yeah,
in
the
VR.
last hour in Mayo.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I'm just wearing this outfit for just wanted to for
Just
some
getting
reason.
ready,
Yeah,
yeah.
just yeah.
Yeah.
Ready? No, after that, for what? No clue. A thing on Wednesday? No, 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 no,
No, definitely not.
no. Just don't know
Definitely
what they're
not.
talking about. No,
Yeah. So anyway, squish monkey.
yeah, squish monkey.
And also crisples.
Tall,
Nice.
tall. Yes, you see legs.
Still quite surprised Pulse is able to look past the
I don't think they
huge
see me.
melons.
Yeah, I don't think they see me from there.
Hey, if you like move like 2 steps back, they
Yeah.
just won't probably see you.
Yeah, maybe. They just need to move back, but then they might be in the mast. I don't see your message though. What is she
I
saying?
have them for 2 years. I have X-ray now.
They learn to sense people.
Pulse has X-ray. Pulse has
Yeah.
X-ray. But it only works past her booba.
As long as it's only theirs, it's fine, right?
Yeah.
Wah, wah, wah. We have a big Yuna. And then we have
Gives me a chance to test this.
a cutie in the background. Just vibing. Look at them. Yeah, they're adorable.
Look at that creature.
Yeah, adorable creature in the background. Wasn't
So
talking
if I
about
do
you, I was talking about this
this-
being the... What is
Do
Yuna type?
this.
Pooping? Ah, this. Headbutts.
Focus. Where is
Wow.
the sprout?
Shibble people. Nice avatar work Pup is doing there. Yeah, no, they're working hard currently. Yeah. As you can see, like they're definitely trying to fish for a better outfit or a better ID for texture. That's just fishing for IDs. Definitely. Yep.
No, I'm master with Vrchat and Unity at the same time.
What? A pup on stream? I don't know what you're talking about. There is no pup on stream. Hi, Nev.
I went Aussie mode on my stream.
Wah. Imagine people going to go play Zomboid instead of Helldivers. Shake my head.
Fish, 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 fish.
I still want to play Zomboid at some point, but when I see the amount of game I want to play at the same time, I'm probably gonna pass on that. Hi, how you doing?
Oh, whoops.
Yes, there's
I
a
did miss
Midas.
input, sorry.
Miss input! Miss input!
It was a miss input.
Oh, miss
It was a
input!
miss input.
What did you do?
It was a miss input.
Miss input!
It was a miss input. Pulse is small.
More pulse. Yeah, no, that was a good miss input, honestly. Yeah. Did they add
Yeah,
co-op? Pet simulator in co-op mode. Is that update coming? I don't know. It's kind of a hard update to program, you know.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this.
Excuse me.
Look at those beans.
Wow.
Look at that bean that's working on Avatar. Yeah. Yeah, no, legit. Yeah.
Being the bed co-op. Isenta.
Isn't that?
It's food. The other food. It's orange food.
Oh yeah, you have your orange food. I have my small food, which is not here currently because they're probably
Mhm.
saving on their electricity. And also, I don't know if they're typing in chat because yesterday they were having issues. So Siri, if you have been typing for a bit there, I don't see any message. If you have not been
Messages.
typing, then it should be fine, I guess. But yeah.
Snipers. Mayuna. Oh.
We lost the Yuna, but we won Rodith instead. Wah. I need to update this outfit so that I can go into the swimsuit version. It's bugged out currently. Because I played with this outfit and I just made it so I could remove the bodysuit and have a swimsuit under. And it fits well.
Oh.
Like that I can be in a Helldiver swimsuit outfit. Maybe for next week.
But it's not bikini season in Helldivers.
I mean, seeing as we've been fighting the bugs for a while, it's kind of summer season because just the amount of fire that we've been using.
Yeah, fair.
Welcome back, but yes.
Oh.
Hi, Rodith.
Hi, Roddy. Sniffer.
Can't believe they'd sniff at that hard. Hi, Rodith.
The sniffer the pup.
I will say it's kind of funny, like, Rodith just reminded me, but when I started Vrchat, you would see characters with heterochromia everywhere. Now I will say it's one of the rare avatars that I see with heterochromia. The two eyes.
The what color?
Heterochromia, the
yeah,
eyes.
I'm not still
Sure.
fat on that.
But it looks nice.
Just testing.
Like,
Yeah, I made a plastic thingy.
it's more rare nowadays too, so if you want to go for that, you can.
Fit better here.
Maybe.
I want to edit my eye textures to be similar to like Enfield's, but I'm not able to like get it right in a way that I like. Which combines the blue and the green together.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm gonna try like changing parts on the current eye textures to to blue.
Yeah. Ah,
Try
you
it from
could.
there. And then if it doesn't work too well, then
Like when I started VRC, I was doing heterochromia for most of my avatars. Until I got the small gremlin. At that point, when I got the small gremlin, I just kept the eyes one
Gremlin.
color. Which was red at first,
gremlin.
obviously. And then I went and added a bunch of things, including stars and stuff, to end up with, at some point, since I became the Vrchat twins of Kel, at some point I asked her about her texture. I grabbed the texture for the eyes and I set it on my avatar and I just used a bunch of things. It still look red, but yes, in the background there is the same texture as Kel. So it is technically multicolored, which kind of works with the idea of having a, you know, I wanted to have a heterochromia because I like the idea of having two different colors. Now it's a lot.
What the heck?
Maybe a bit too much even.
Can't believe Dante's not a Mayo.
They changed into a Kaguya,
Dante's not a Mayo.
but there is no day of the
Small.
month,
Still cute though.
week that starts with K. How are we supposed to do that?
I mean, it would be Kaguya mode if Blanky's here.
Yeah, but
Or Sylvie.
you know what I mean. There is no day in the week that starts by K. How are we supposed to do a Kaguya day?
Monkey.
No, I'm joking, but Kaguya is way too cute. Look at that Kaguya.
Kaguya's cute.
Look at that Kaguya. He's way too adorable. Very cute bean.
Small. Very small.
Sylvie made such a cute one, and Blanky too.
Fee.
But
Banzo.
it's one of those I'm probably not gonna grab because there's already too many people I know that grabbed it. Even though Mmmmayo was the opposite, everyone I know grabbed it, but I still grabbed it. You're also a Kaguya? But yes, it's a Kaguya. They changed the hairs, I guess. Which makes it very, well, hair, ears. And you grabbed your usual outfit too.
Small dicklet.
Face still same. Yeah. I mean, there's also one way of just managing to get away from your base looking like the base is just removing-
Squish.
switching the ears, switching the hairstyle, and just switching obviously the outfit to not being the base outfit. That does make it like relatively
Different.
than the base then. And then people, like for example this one, I would not have guessed that they are Kaguya. The small one.
Small.
Kaguya Cry Day. Yeah, nah.
Okay, fine.
You don't make the
Friendly
Kaguya
times.
cry, otherwise I bite you, monkey. E- Also, for the post on Twitter and Blue Sky, I think some people may have noticed the amount of tags that I'm using lowering down by way too many. Because I'm trying to test something, because as the creator of Ray Leonard's outfit mentioned to me, they did not see my post on the Ray Leonard tag. Meaning that, at least on Twitter, Blue Sky doesn't have that issue, by the way. Like, I could be using more tags on Blue Sky, but I'm just gonna limit still on both, so that better. So yes, most of my things are not going to be either tagged for the world exploration thingy, introduction thingy, Vrchat world introduction, with, I think it's an introduction that's in Japanese technically, on the tag. And the Last Yusha in Japanese tag, and Mmmmayo 3D, which that's all. That's all I'm gonna use on those three, and maybe the tags for the different outfits, if I want to. As the dawn, since it means shining in English. So the One Piece is real. Oh, wait, no.
The One Piece is not real. One Piece is a lie.
I was so fucking dead. I
What's
don't
real?
know. I don't know. Is anyone planning to play Dave the Diver? I know it sounds out of context there. Like if someone's planning to play Helldiver, Dave the Diver, just tell me and I'm not gonna spoil it.
What the fuck?
Hmm? Yes.
What did you-
I'm not pulling her. I'm not pulling Lino.
I'm on rune dice and
I'm
scratchy
not pulling
scratchy.
Lino because I'm pulling a S.
Yeah, I'm not
pulling on
gonna
the
spoil
Colonel
them.
Proxy. David Diver is an old game. Time to spoil it. It's fine.
No, because the DLC came out a month ago, so I can't really count that as old.
I mean, you can just spoil the base game.
Yeah, but it's a part of the DLC that I would have spoiled.
Oh.
Well, I can spoil it that way. There is, at some point during the DLC, there is a massive reference to One Piece, and I was completely dead laughing. Dante knows what I'm talking about. I was like, oh no, the One Piece is real.
Personally, I don't care. I don't care if I get spoiled in games that I don't see myself playing.
Yeah, but I think this one might play it.
So, for example, I've
Yeah,
seen
in,
posts that apparently
years.
the Arbiter, aka
Perfect.
the MC from
Eh,
Wuthering Waves, appears as a NPC in Dave the Diver.
Yep, the male version, which because I'm thinking it's one of those where you
Which
can
is-
choose.
In terms of storyline, I think not fully sure. I think male over is the actual
The
like
the OC.
actual true player. True
Yeah.
character.
It's such a good moment. Also, I love the amount of just collab they did just for that DLC. There is way too many collabs with other games that I'm like, how?
There's so many.
They're doing good because managing to just get that many collab to work together to be in one DLC, I don't know how they manage that. Like, on top of my head, there's 1, 2, 3, maybe 4, maybe a 5th one even.
Mhm.
I don't know, maybe plus that I missed or forget. So yeah, just one DLC. Like, most of the DLC is amazing. I do recommend grabbing it if you have the Diver. Just top tier DLC. There's only one downside, and it's not even a necessary one, except if you want to complete it, obviously. It's the battle battles. Those ones are not great. Outside of that, the rest is amazing. From what I heard, they did say, like the dev did say, they wanted to change a bit the way the battle battles work. Because yeah, people complain because it feels a bit too RNG, and when it's RNG, like, you know, you just start a thing and you just throw a dice and you know if you won or lost. Good, you just throw the dice multiple times until you manage to get a win, and bam, you're done. When it's like, do the dice roll 10 times in a row, and after those 10 times you will know if you lost or won, and you need to repeat that multiple times because you lose most of the time. It's kind of painful.
It's in favor to the AI.
Yeah, well, it's not
NPC
really in
animation.
favor of the AI. It's just the AI is already like having an advantage because not really a spoiler, but it's well, no, it would be a spoiler. I'm not gonna say, but yeah, that specific AI has an advantage. That's what I'm gonna say. And so it's just like if suddenly instead of throwing the dice and on 1 2 3 you get a win and 3 5 no 4 5 6 you get a loss. Instead there it's more like you throw the dice. If you do a 2 or 1 or 2 it's a win, and you need to do 10 win.
Oof.
In a row. That's kind of the
Yikes.
idea, and it's not fun.
Definitely not fun.
Yeah, because
It's blue.
because basically they're just using rock paper scissors minigame, but I don't know why they changed something at some point too, where one of the rock paper scissors, what it does, it heals your beetle, and it didn't do anything else. Would just block an attack, one of the 3 attack, it would block it and then heal yourself. Now on top of healing you, it damaged the enemy if the enemies use the wrong attack. Though,
What?
if they use the right attack, they can stop you from healing and damage you. It's rock, paper, scissors, basically. But, you know. I mean... But, you know, I do recommend this DLC. Like, 99% of it was just enjoyable from start to finish. I would say it's the best JRPG game of 2026. Also, I'm looking forward, like, I think it's Blacklight ST that mentioned that they were planning to put another game out that would be related. Bancho the Cook. Well, we don't know the title, but we're just assuming because, you know, Dave the Diver, so Bancho the Cook would make sense. Mmmmayo.
Oh no, I broke my Mayo. I have no hand gestures.
No hand gestures. I can't believe.
I mean, I have hand gestures. I just don't have
The facial animation,
face
yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
There we go, we have Mmmmonday.
Monday. Change to a Maya that actually works. I need to fix this one. I blame Pop.
Always blame Pop.
What? Blame monkey.
Yeah, true. Blame Monkey.
Yeah, fair part.
It's Monkey's fault. Can't believe you do this, Monkey.
You have no ears.
SMH monkey.
I have ears right here.
Yeah, what are you talking about? They do have ears. Are you blind?
What the heck?
Usually
No,
my
six
ears
up.
are up here.
No curse.
Bancho the Chef. Hey. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that one too. It's gonna be so fun. Even more because Bancho is one of my favorite character in the game. Just because all of the animation when you do research for new food is just hilarious. By how serious they look. People don't
Wait, who
gamble.
was the last person who took a picture? It was Dante, right? Yeah, it's my turn.
Hey.
Is it my turn?
We can check. Well, I can't check, but if someone has their Twitter, they can just check who's the last one posted. Dante did. Monkey probably
Okay.
playing Ecliptica. Yeah, I can't believe they don't want to join here. They hate me, I know it. Can't believe Monkey. Is it still in demo playtest of the Ecliptica world?
Oh
Yeah.
gosh, I did. I did.
Yes. You're not
I
supposed
died.
to die.
I died.
I just played some pains, so... And then again... Ugh. I wonder when they are going to actually upload that world, because people will have played the fuck out of it already. So if they don't add too much stuff, people are just gonna be tired of playing it. Most people, at least. Need to 10 minutes to the Finland. Final boss. We...
Well, Mookie doesn't want to join us.
Yeah, they're busy
Prioritizing
with
Ecliptica.
Ecliptica.
SMH.
Yes, shake my head.
SMH. I would like to play Ecliptica right now, not gonna lie.
I mean, you can join them, like, it's fine. You don't need to be with us. It's fine. Don't mind.
I'm kidding.
No, but you can if you want to. I don't want to force people to be here either. You have to be in Cookie Squad. You mean Pain or Henri? Cyclone.
The
Ah,
other Cookie
that's...
Squad.
Yeah, Cyclone.
Cyclone Cookie Squad.
I don't think I am because I've never met Cyclone myself. I do know some people in that group, but yeah, I have never met Cyclone. Have fun watching Spoody. Well, they're gonna watch Spider-Man with Ryan probably.
Mookie hates us.
Yeah,
Just like Pup.
yeah. Wait, no, Pup is here. Doing heavy work, but he's here.
No, Pup still hates us. Too busy in Unity.
Ooh, it's true.
Well, I mean, to be fair, yeah, it's Pup. They hate everyone equally.
See, I hate everyone
True.
equally, so no one feels left. out.
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm also hated by Pup. Alice will host one.
No, Rallis well though. That's the thing.
Time to learn. I'm gonna. Time to learn about them. Bam. So early for a movie. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, this music is being played right now. It doesn't fit so well what's happening right now.
Yeah, monkey watching movies, even though it's like almost 4 in the afternoon. Shake my head. Well, more like 3, but fine.
Monkey doesn't want to go fishing with us. Prioritizing
Games.
movie.
7 a.m. for him. 7 a.m. Yeah, it's even worse. Shake my head.
Jesus.
Jesus. Jeez.
Jesus.
Jesus.
To be fair, I'm surprised they're still awake. But I'm guessing it's because they're addicted to Ecliptica. They didn't manage to go to sleep
Yeah.
because they were playing Ecliptica. Up to now. Shake my head.
Ecliptica's a drug.
Yeah, they can't live with their amount of Ecliptica per day.
A daily dose of Ecliptica.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Ba, 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 ba. Mmmmayo. Mmmmayo. Mmmmayo.
I have no clue who that
You
is,
know
but
what?
yeah. I hope they managed
Looking
to fix the
by
outfit.
Chucky's tail. I mean, what?
Hmm?
Huh?
Yeah, bite the microplastic for Wolfo. Indeed. Now we can see the microplastic from all the way over there to my camera, by the way. It's perfect. I'm sure Luna will be proud of you. Or maybe they'll ask for more.
I'm pretty sure Luna's gonna say more.
Yeah, probably. It's not making the world glow from all the microplastic.
Yeah.
You need one of those shaders, you know, that spreads on the ground and stuff. And you just make it
Oh gosh.
microplastics.
Dripping.
So even the water around you is microplastics.
As much as I want to do that, I don't want to. I don't want to.
Like everyone become
Especially 'cause it's a fish
microplastics.
world.
Ah, you don't want to put microplastic in your fish?
Because our fisher is already eating a lot of microplastics.
Yeah, true. Movies at 9, and I think I got like 3 hours of sleep passed out with Neko in a prison. Monkey! You know how much hours of sleep you're supposed to get? In average?
At this 5, or is it not 7 or not 6?
It's either 8, 7 or 9. In average.
Oh.
It's not 3, that's for sure.
Well, I'm normally on 5 hours of sleep almost every single day.
That's me on the weekend. Yeah, no, I'm saying that, but I'm also not entirely doing that every time, but
Mhm.
I do try to keep my hours close to 8 though, most of the week. Just so I can at least be rested properly, but yeah. It's also because I stopped trying to join friends that plays games at strange hours, and by strange hours I mean strange hours for Europeans, not strange hours for them. It's probably fine for them. For me, it's way too fucking late.
Yep.
And I would love to join them, but yeah, forget it.
Hates us. I mean, what?
Equally.
Since Pop is here.
Yeah. It's all equals. But you know. Mom. We need more fishing. We need more fishing worlds, yeah. Like that I have more reason to just be awake all night to fish. Alright guys. Fishing all days,
No, definitely,
every
definitely.
days. I'm tempted to switch outfit because I feel like this one is way too white. It's almost too, like, too close to the skin color. And we're on a boat, so the menu is being buggy, obviously. Gonna grab the Lilia Mare because it's a bit better in terms of visibility that I have a swimsuit. I don't want us to be at bonk because the outfit is a bit too same color as the body, basically, almost.
Hmm.
This one at least is not. Hmm.
Same time. Quish, 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 quish. Squish the Mayo.
And then you get mayonnaise.
Oh my god.
Well, Pop, get in your farm.
Yeah, look at those two cute mayos.
Yep, this too.
No.
Mhm. There's a Mayo to my left and Mayo to my right.
Rule of 3.
Mayoing.
But Monkey, you don't
Let's
have a
see.
mayo. And technically, yeah, that's Pop. That's true. That's rule of 3.
What?
And
Pop
there's
is not
also
on
this.
camera.
That's also mayo.
Mm-hmm.
So technically, there's 4. That's kinda not working for your rule of 3.
Yeah.
Kind of wrong.
What do you
Monkey
mean
can.
4? There's 5 Mayos.
Shush.
It's Mayo Monday.
Yeah, but they said cute mayos, so.
Wow. But you said Mayo.
Yeah, I was following
So
the
there are 5
idea of
Mayos.
the 3 cute mayos, you know, rule. Which is wrong because that's 4 cute mayos. And 1 mayo.
What the heck? That's it. I'm doing great crime.
You fishing?
Nope.
Out there. Bricks!
I've done great crime.
Thank you for the resub. It's good to see you. How you doing? Oh. Bricks. Wow.
Let's see, how much can I sell?
I'm okay, about to look at sleep, but chilling beforehand. Get all of the chilling. That's a lie, by the way. I know you gifted that you sub to me, but that's a lie. I'm not gonna say that. That's not true. How dare you?
More subs to Shocky? I agree with that statement.
More subs
Sub to
to
Shocky
those groups.
You know what? More subs to Pop.
Yeah.
I do like Subway.
Yeah, they do like the subways. So, go sub.
Yep.
Ow.
Now I want Subway. Oh my gosh, I want Subway right now. You know what? I agree, Rodith. Scream, shout at Pop.
Gay bump.
They literally got rainbow bombs.
I'm reaching to the point of comf mode right now.
Same, I kind of want to sit down at this point. I might do that.
You know the feeling when you just have like a very, very random cut on your hand or somewhere in your body is just like, how the fuck did I get that?
You cut yourself.
And just then it starts to hurt. Because you never notice it. And now that you notice it, it starts to burn.
Yeah. So true.
Yep.
Wah, wah.
I just noticed. Oh, there's stopping physics.
Ah, pitty poo, pitty pooty boom boom, pitty boom boom.
It's also clipping through the pants.
Mm.
Just ever so slightly.
Yeah.
Slap that on.
Look at that cute Dante next to me. Can recognize them by being cute and having a cute plushie of them on their head.
Talking about plushie.
Hi, Josh. Squish the bricks. I'm doing good, except melting a bit. Which is the reason why this stream is gonna be short VRC wise, but we'll be switching to desktop.
I thought you're just calling Maddie short.
Mayo is short, yes. Mayo small.
Mmmmayo small.
Ooh. Yeah, the ground is kind of not. It's not staying in place
Nothing
because
to
the
see.
boat is rocking back and forth.
Where is my coloring?
Look at that goob. Look at that goob on camera. Yeah, can't believe.
Goob.
Can't believe they would do this.
Very good, but good.
How could they do
Very
this?
good.
Yeah, but very, very big goob.
Good maxing.
Yeah, now we have Mmmmayo on camera.
I'm not a Mayo.
Are you switched?
Yeah.
Shake my head.
I'm Yana. I have only the auto on my Yana.
Shake my head. People using the same hairstyle on different outfits. Shake on different base. Shake my head. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I'm up. No, I'm kidding. Pop managing to make most bases look similar because they've used the same hairstyle on most, which works well. Like honestly, I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
Yep.
It's just a bad thing for me to know which base it is from behind. It kinda looks way too similar from behind.
True.
Where's my coloring?
Wow, sniffers. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do.
I found.
Just a few miles chilling on the boat.
Oh yeah, reminds me there was something that
Yes,
I
indeed. Small.
it's been added to Vrchat for VRC
Small.
plus
No.
people that paid for it, you know. We have access to a trampoline, which
You just like the extreme.
yeah,
I just find it funny. After spawning the trampoline rod, he just immediately goes for it.
you know,
So difficult.
they need to add one of those ball pits, like that people could jump in it and just fall
Small.
through and fall in the water.
There's a current pop here.
Beautiful. We need the pup
I got this.
to warm me up with this outfit. Oh, it would be
Oh,
beautiful. I'm sure everyone would love that.
The real question is, has Pop gotten their walks yet? Their walkies.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my
Yes.
Trampoline!
Yeah, no, there was one thing I wanted to talk about is we noticed, at least in this world, you can use it to break something. Because there is one place in the volcano that you're not supposed to have access to. With 2 trampolines, we managed to get to that place. I think even with 1 would be enough. Depending, if you do the jumping puzzle up to the point where you're not supposed to go further, you can just use the trampoline to just do the last part that you're not supposed to be able to do.
Bruh.
And that's where I'm going with, is it might break a bunch of maps. Because we also managed to make an elevator with 2 of those. Well, at least in this world we managed to, because you can put it on the... You can put the Vrchat items on the
Bobber.
bubbers. So you can technically place the jump pad in the air. So we made an elevator in this world.
Oh my gosh.
With
Pop.
it.
Hello.
This is pop
Beautiful.
after a buffet.
Do you wanna say
Pop
something?
after
funny?
buffet. Oh no.
Beautiful. Look at it.
Check out my home text.
Ah, damn it, I
Oh,
forgot to
yeah.
install CS Source again.
I forgot Source.
Oh, I don't have Avatar.
Pop, you forgot to download Source.
What do you mean? I don't see any issues. I definitely saw the texture on the shirt. You just all need to install CS Source in your brain.
Yeah.
yes.
The
And
Mac creator can easily block it if it... yeah.
block it if they check the checkbox for the options to block props with multiplayer movement.
Yeah,
Oh.
they like if they can specify to that, yeah, they could block it. If they can only specify, yeah, just block props. Then yeah, it's kind of a shame because some
Or
of those props are
they-
just cozy things.
And also setting, I think, having like a calling mode for props. Prop calling. Yeah.
Hi, Kitty Eye.
Hi, Saki. Hi, Nato. Hi, Kitty. So this is a good way to check physics, you know?
But yeah,
Alright.
it's kind of annoying for world creators because the one that already exists with like puzzles, jumping puzzles, are going to have to go back and re-upload the world just to remove that, which they might not have wanted to. It was added before the pops. I do wonder if it's like on. There's one world that I haven't checked. It's the carnival. Carnival world, you know, climbing world. Because it has also the effect that if you, for example, jump from on top of the crow's nest, you're gonna jump back up as high. So, supposing that it doesn't have a limitation on height, you might be able to just use that on the carnival world and just avoid yourself falling off completely by just using the jump pad. Carrots cut in line, carrots cut in circle taste differently. Soup is never meant to be in square dishes, but cheese is always
But cheese is all needs
always needs square
it's
cheese.
always needs square dishes. Water tastes differently depending on the cup.
So technically no, because everyone goes in the square hole. Everything goes into the square hole. So yes, even the soup goes into the square hole. The website where in my world I can check the tag of. Oh,
But we can all agree the bowl goes last when you get a bowl of cereal, right? The bowl is always last.
yeah, but I have one issue with what they said. Is they said the cheese goes onto a square dish, but no. What is the shape of a full cheese?
It's round.
Yeah, it's round. It doesn't make sense to have only square food. And I'm sorry, but the pizza is not square. And you have cheese on the pizza, and that's yeah, that's it. And the pizza is not in soup. Yeah, and all the circle goes into the square hole.
All these squares make a circle.
Hi.
But yeah, no, if they can change it from the website, it's gonna be okay. But yeah,
I'm done. I'm done.
because my biggest issue with it is not that it's a prop. It's that it's a prop stuck behind you having to subscribe. Like you have to subscribe
Pay
to
to
get
win.
that prop.
It's pay to win.
And even then, if it was
No.
just in the store and you needed to pay for it, would it still be the same? But at least it would be a one-time purchase. So
Mm-hmm.
sure. But there you can't have it the entire time. You need to pay the subscription fee to just have access to it for 1 month.
I think that's my first one.
It's your first one of those?
Oh, nice.
I think so, yeah. I'm not sure what
Nice.
it could be.
As for the carrot, I'm not sure if that's true. I've tasted carrots recently. My parents cut down the carrot we had in the garden in some way, and they cut the... Well, no, you didn't need to cut the other carrots. The other carrots were already cut in round. They had the relatively same taste, with the only differences
KDI.
was one, like
Hmm?
some were from
Pick a
our
number, one
garden,
or
the
two.
other one weren't.
What? Pick a number, 1 or 2.
1.
1-1.
1. Okay.
1-1. 1-1.
Okay, I don't know. I'm dying here. It's way too warm.
Pop, wait, pop, 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 pop,
But why are you so
pop,
hot?
hear me out, hear me out.
What?
Shaki has something to say to you.
Yeah, I just said it. Because you were next to Rodis, so probably Rodis thinking it's too hot because you were next to them.
Shaki blind.
1 second.
What? I mean, it wouldn't work on me anyway.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
Yeah.
You're such a good girl. You sure about that?
Yeah.
Who's a good puppy? Who's a good puppy? Who's a good puppy?
Pup's too tired. And all this
Pop
gone.
to be tired. Pop is gonna disappear. No. Pop is gone.
Ninja! Can't believe they're gonna go play Ecliptica while working on Avatar
I know.
and watching Spider-Man with Monkey. All at the same time.
Mm-hmm. My legs are jelly today. I regret using the treadmill today. I mean, using the bike today.
But
My legs.
my leg!
My leg.
My leg! So who's hyped to go save the teddy bear on Wednesday?
teddy bear?
Yeah, the
What
teddy bear.
billboard?
The teddy bear.
I don't see the teddy bear.
The teddy bear that fell into the void, and we need to go search it and kill all of the squid in the way.
Oh.
I want to
Uh,
have a mission like this where I just need to save the teddy bear. Level 1 mission,
it's
you go
saving
find the teddy bear.
Saving Private Ryan, but it's saving Private Bear.
Yeah, I want that. Like, you know, propaganda
That's
piece
a
for
April's
Super
event.
Earth. But we just go search for the teddy bear inside of the void. I would love that. Because we already, technically, we have a mission like that. It's the Raise the Flag mission. We literally did nothing except raise a fucking flag.
Nice, no,
It's just propaganda. Nice, Naneko.
Nice, no, I'm.
You're definitely
I
gonna
hate
get
my
it.
luck. I don't know. I'm using my free 20 pulls. After that, I'm not pulling anymore.
They're gonna get it on the 21st pull, though. We all know that.
If you don't pull, you won't get her.
Yeah.
I know, but I want to pull. But at the same time, I don't want to pull.
But do you want to swimming pool?
I want to pull, but I'm saving up for. I'm saving for the Fairmont proxy.
Mm.
Just do all this stuff in game in full 8. I don't know. All the banners I've been pulling on are I had to go to full on 120.
Damn.
I have to go to guaranteed. Swipe no jutsu if you don't have high enough for su. Because back way high value asset teddy bear. Okay, Helldiver, we're saving super president's teddy bear. Emotional support teddy bear.
It's a teddy bear. Yeah, I would
Apparently,
love that.
According to your intel, he has left it in
Honestly, they could do that, not for the saving propaganda, but just because it's a teddy bear that went through the void, and so scientists want to see what happens to that object that went through the void. They could even do it Lethal Company style, where you need to grab a bunch of shit on the floor that you know come from Super Earth and just bring it back to the extract.
If you get the teddy bear to extract, you get the super creds for it.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be so nice. I'm not gonna
As
lie.
a secret, oh yeah, as a secret mission that you don't automatically get. Somewhere on the map there's a teddy bear that can spawn. Maybe on a new point of interest. It doesn't show as a marker. You need to see it that you can interact with it. You interact with it, you just grab it and put it on as a backpack. And then you need to extract with it, and it gives you like maybe 100 super credits. That would be nice.
That would be so nice. High value teddy bear.
Yeah. And just like the backpack in the bug fronts that can damage. It can be damaged if you get damaged.
Oh, no.
It can get damaged, and the more damage it is, the less amount of super credits you get from it. Would be it would be a good thingy for super credit. And could be put onto higher difficulty missions too, as a challenge. Basically.
Yep.
Like you avoid giving it on level 2s and you just put it on level, I don't know, 7, 8
Mm-hmm.
and above.
Oh no. Oh no.
Mm.
Oh. I just noticed in the background it's just Pop holding the plush cat.
Mm. Mm?
Look at the Pop right here. Tip my AFK animation.
Mm. Cute. Mm. We're talking about this. Well, you can't see it because this.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. But being adorable while being AFK.
Pat the Shaki. Pop the Shaki. Pat the Shaki. Pat the Dante.
Yes.
Squish, 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 squish. Squish the Mayo. Squish the closest Mayo.
Out there.
Squish, 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 squish. But I need to pull the plug on my stream now.
What? Already?
Because of the typhoon.
Oh wait, yeah, no.
Yeah.
You better stay
typhoon.
safe
Yeah.
and unplug your PC and stuff. Yeah. Wah.
Yeah. I don't want. No, I'm still gonna be here in Vrchat, but it's just not on stream.
No. Hmm.
I might restart stream later on, but
Yeah.
it's a small chance.
Honestly, if I had a typhoon, I would just unplug everything personally, but.
Yeah, true, but still.
Well, if it cuts off, at least. Or if it doesn't cut off, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, at least it doesn't cut the full VOD like yesterday
Oh god.
mid stream where I was doing the story on Lino,
Oh.
her story arc.
Yeah, that's more annoying when
Oh,
it's
yeah.
story-based stuff that you want to share your reaction on it and it's
Mhm.
just cut off completely.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But anyway, I'm a go poofies.
Thank you for
Shocky cute.
joining. No, you.
Yeah.
Can't believe they're gonna go play Ecliptica with people. Ow, ow, ow. I still have a lovely, lovely Dante with me.
Oh wait, I need to do this before we
Ah,
before
yeah,
I fully
picture.
go poof. Yep. It's say Mmmmayo Monday.
Mmmmayo Monday.
Mmmmayo Monday.
Somehow managed to fish a fish without looking.
Shaki's flexing.
I think it was a green fish though, so not like a
Hear me.
Dante in AFK mode. Dante back. Dante in AFK mode. Dante's having issues? No?
As I said, I'm gonna end the stream for me. There's a chance I'll need restarting stream later.
Ah.
Um,
We might be losing the Dante, I think. They are visibly crashing, I think. No, we did die. I wasn't sure yet, but yeah, they were dying of their. Wah. I'm sad now. Hmm. Ow, 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 ow. 30, well, 20 minutes before the next levy, and then I will be also switching to desktop. Maybe Steam VR crashed. Ooh. Mom. How could this happen? How could what happen? Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow. I do wonder what kind of new mission we're gonna get in the Void, because that's something they haven't talked about yet. And it's probably gonna be the more interesting part is not just the new enemies, but the new missions. Hi Shamsa, you said I miss you, Jingle. How could this happen? How could this happen to us? We made a mistake. God damn it, Nigel. Nigel, thank you for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful time. Whatever you were doing. Yes, welcome everyone. We are going to be fishing for a bit more. And then we'll be switching to Iron Nest, obviously. I'm just gonna wait for the levy, do the levy, and then switch to the desktop game. It's too hot today. Too hot for VR. Wow, thank you for the raid, Nigel. I am so surprised.
Sad. I'm sad. I miss you.
Oh, this one. Yeah.
That is such an uncomfortable outfit combo, Katie. Bikini and just fishnets and boots.
I mean, it's bikini at least, since it's the, like, we're on the water. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Did I hear? A pup! We have a pup back. Pup is alive. We still didn't get back the Dante because the Dante had a Steam VR crashed. Sadly.
Ooh.
So we'll see if we get the Dante back soon. Hopefully. So I should hug the Dante. Mama, mama, mama. I'm sorry, my brain decided to go funny. I need, like, with the new Arbon, I will have to test something, and it is the mine, because the mine,
Dante's back.
the mine, unlike the Melta gun, the Melta mine does a cone, And I'm wondering if you can put it on a wall. And how much range you get from that. You imagine you just put the mine on a wall. Just wait for an enemy troop to go forward towards it and just shoot and just destroy an entire lane of enemies. Yeah, no, I don't think it's gonna be that much range, but will be fun to see. I mean, Melta gun is supposed to be a short range weapon, so probably Melta mine's gonna be the same. Tricky Binopu. Yeah, there's a Binopu. Oi! Oi! Oi!
Baba boy.
Wonderful pup.
Just when this,
Look
when I
at the
killed the
KDA.
stream, the rain started dying. The fuck?
It's just like, yeah, you need to take a break from stream. We're gonna rain fuck out of it just to make sure that you stop your stream. And then, no more.
Okay, that's it.
Good. Welcome back, Dante. I kind of wish I could. Down me and Dante. Look at that, Dante. Boop. Wah. Hope wasn't too much of a big crash, Dante. Was okay. Mm. 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 Hmm? Heavy when photos was taken, I guess. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no. Holy fake the change in lighting there. Just from nighttime to flashbang. Tweet, 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 tweet. Tweet, 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 tweet. Ah, I don't know where I'm finding this energy because I'm just gonna die faster if I keep on being silly like this. Uh, I'm gonna need that ice cream and that coffee though. Wah, 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 wah. Look at the Dante. Look at that Mary. Hi Mary. How you doing? Wah, 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 wah. Hippie the sleepy. Get some good rest as much as you can. And my fax imploded bigger head and better face. Those look nicer. You did good. Ah. Oop. Ah, adorable. It looks very nice. Eesh. 5 minutes. I'm gonna do the Leviathan and then I'm gonna be switching to desktop though. As a small, not warning, just information. It's too hot in here, it's too hot everywhere, the world is just melting. Hi B. B, have you seen we had a very lovely cutie that's running away behind her. We have a lovely Mari. I mean, you saw the sharing screen? Oh. She did amazing on the way. How's the bee? How's the Mari? Well, B needs to see my stream
You're
to
my luck
through
now.
you to know that I'm streaming. Shake my head. B hates me. Well, can't. I'm teasing.
I believe Sharky's bullying.
I do.
So what,
I do.
Chad? You gotta bully Sharky back with subs.
Wow. I'm gonna giggle if that goob that moving over there is getting further from the spawn. Would be very funny. Oh, we lost the money. Wow. Rip. Lunch.
No.
Unlock the thank in Unity. Yeah. Nightshade is not comparing with but bones on Mayo. Yeah, Rodis mentioned the same to me that there was an issue with the butt bone on Mayo. Have you tried Mochifita maybe? Like I don't know if it's gonna make it better, but maybe trying to use Mochifita on this one might work. It's kind of the issue. I know like I did look into the server, and I think Yarn was complaining about that being an issue that is kind of hard to fix. Hmm. Hmm. Or maybe she was talking about something else, because there was another base that they were complaining about too yesterday.
Remember to squish the bee?
Do squish the bee and shout out the bee and love on the bee because the bee is
Everyone
wonderful.
can scream at bee.
Scream at bee,
Monkey.
yeah.
I was assaulted by pirates on the way here.
Monkey!
Oh.
How you
At
doing,
least
monkey?
A pirate showed up on the way here. I'm doing alright, how about
Oh.
you?
I'm doing fine. To be fair, it's fine that you're just joining now because we have at most 10 minutes before we leave.
No, it's fine, I only got like half an hour to hang out.
It's perfect, then you'll be able to hang out with everyone else.
Bitch!
Also, I
He
blame.
saw that, he copied my
I
word.
low-key blame
I said it
Yuna and
first.
Monkey.
For the rain?
I low-key want to play Night right now.
Yeah,
Why not play Night Rain?
because
I have to get it installed first.
yeah, that's
What?
a very good reason.
It's like 30 gigabytes. That's like nothing compared to today's games.
True.
Or at least it's like 20 or something. I don't know. It's been a while
I
since
can
I
double
checked.
check.
Probably stop fishing because we're probably going to have the levy. You
You can't go in there.
can't tell
You
me.
go in your captain's quarters.
You can't tell me.
Well,
Oh, that's convenient.
Yeah. I always said that always kind of funny that people would move away. Also, I don't know if it's my controller, but I'm not managing to do the boost anymore. I need to test on another boat.
Monkey.
Monkey.
Oh.
Oh my god.
what was that?
Someone
I
broke
heard
their
that
back.
crack.
Yeah, Pop just like fucking destroyed his back.
No, but is it elbow? Yes, it's elbow. That's my fucking elbow.
What's your
Damn.
I'm getting old.
Time to reach to exchange for some parts. Up. Your new elbow. You just replace it.
I'm going cyber cycle.
Oh, purple?
Purple?
Purple scale? Purple?
Purple?
Oh. I pulled his eye out.
I see what you did.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
You see that I pulled.
Yeah, I
Eye.
see. I see an eye. I see. I'm sorry. It's Monday. I'm having issues with my jokes.
I see. Is it a blind man?
Monkey died!
Get
Monkey down!
believe-
Monkey
look at
down! Monkey dead, yeah. I think Dante noticed earlier. Yeah, they just wanted to leave. They were like, no, I can't with those jokes here. It's too much. Back to Ecliptica. And Monkey is back. To trash talk us about the fact that we trash talk them. Small.
What?
Pub became small.
Push the button.
Vin! What is it? Is there news about Helldiver? Is that why you're awake?
Small.
I loaded Dante and then I just exploded.
Yeah, too much cuteness. I agree, yeah.
I was hanging out with Neko in prison last night,
Yeah.
and Neko went on a nostalgic trip about the old Halo trailers, and they had so much like cinematic flair to them, and then the trailers now, more recent ones, are like all just action movie looking shit, like low budget action movie kind of stuff.
Yep. Yep. It's sad.
Indeed.
One of the more memorable ones that I saw on there pop up was like the ODST one where they're training at boot camp and all that shit. Getting put through hell and then dropping into the fucking war.
Yeah.
Another
Sounds
one
like
was
Helldivers.
Yeah.
it was like super serene, calm sounding music, but they were like delivering a bomb onto this fucking ship. Like that one was also cool as hell.
The old Halos, so up to Reach, I think, are all amazing.
Yep. And then Halo 4 happened, and then Halo 5 happened.
Yeah, thank you, Bungie. No, was it Bungie or 343?
343.
And now
343.
called Halo
Halo Studios. or
Halo
whatever that
Studio.
was. Generic ass name.
Yeah.
Gay ass fish. Well, my gay fish.
Ips L and Ips R yourself. Talks now.
What's also crazy is one of them was just a 15-second trailer thing. For I think it was Halo 3. Where he threw down a little bubble shield for himself as a race shot
Yeah.
to the ground. And like,
Was so
somehow
well
I ended
done.
up remembering that one more than any of the fucking Halo 4 commercials.
Same. Like, I still remember that scene of the drop down shield.
Yeah, it was so cool. He just
Yeah.
threw out that thing. It was like, nah, fuck you.
Oh, you got me, you got me? Nah, fuck it. Shield.
Literally the same type of shit I'd pull in, I think it was Reach when they introduced the power-ups in multiplayer.
Yeah.
That's the kind of shit I do, you know, I just sit there waiting to get run over and then put on the armor lock. No, I'm vulnerable. Lying.
It's the anime scene, you know, of the dude punching the front of the truck to make it flip.
Hell yeah.
Kind
Well,
of.
it felt like it. It felt so cool.
Except that you're just locking yourself down on the floor. Yay, it's dead. Congratulations.
Pop
Pop
did it.
got it. Pop murdered it.
Now I can go
Which
shoot
means
cannons.
We should all kill him and take it from him.
You should
Die for
know.
me, die for me, die for me.
Mwah.
Why are you
Thank
tiny?
you
When
for
the fuck did you? Who are you?
joining.
When did this
I
happen?
am a professional monster hunter.
I only believe you because I have another friend who uses that face and plays Monster Hunter a lot.
Squish. You have a good rest of the stream. Sorry for not being longer, but yeah, it is hot. Way too fucking
You're
hot.
fine, Shocky. You're getting
Hi, Shocky.
toasted.
Yeah.
Bye, Shocky.
Oh.
Squish.
Again.
I was a shield in Ecliptica before I came here.
Oh,
And we were against the ant, and I just sat there in a corner the entire time. It
was
was truly the shield experience.
You're gonna pop.
They bought this episode on me.
Wait, Chucky. That's it, it's doggy.
What? How dare?
Pop overload.
Fuck.
Overboard.
Thank you for passing by, even though you hate us and you just prefer playing Ecliptica. It's fine.
It's true, it's true. I do prefer.
I also, whoever it may be, just squish the person that invited you to watch movies. For me.
Well,
I don't know who
my
that's.
family.
Yeah, squish them.
Squish the fam.
Squish.
Still squish.
You would do it for family.
Family.
Hammer.
Thank you for joining. Bump. And we hug the Mari. Because I'm going to sadly hop off. Come here. Come here. Hug. I need to hop off. It's way too freaking hot. Look at this cutie. Look at this cutie.
Onion.
Well, we need to forget it's a
Onion.
bit of an annoying camera.
Onion.
It.
On you.
But yeah, I'm gonna hop off. Way too hot currently in my home. You have a good rest of the day. Stay lovely. And be your goob. If you're still watching through.
Checking pulse.
I need to catch both of you at some point. It's just the heat's being too much currently. Still,
You're getting tiny robes. I
But
figured it
yes.
was your stomach issues again.
I'm gonna go grab an ice cream.
I'll keep
While
my
I
eyes
switch
open
to
with my
desktop.
friend.
Bye bye
Even if it's
everyone.
my own friends.
Also, by the way, you're on my boat.
Oh,
And now we disappear and we make them all eat it. That was mean, I know. Hi, Cozy. That's funny having two POV. You're funny. No, I'm kidding. But yes, I am going to switch to desktop. We will be back in 5 minutes. No, 15 minutes maybe. I grab an ice cream, grab a coffee, set up desktop game, and we'll continue from there. So be right back. Love you all. You're all wonderful. Wah. Thank you for the raid, Dante. I did not set up the stream. Loud. It's probably going to be loud for everyone when they're gonna switch, so be warned. Because it is a relatively heavy audio game for obvious reasons. And I'm gonna stop the music for this beautiful game. Where's my iron studio? Is it? Yeah, it's there. I'm gonna need to start a mission to know if it's so yeah, I did those 3 technically, but we're going to restart from the start. I need to lower the audio. I need to lower the audio right now. Otherwise you're gonna have a slight issue. Trying to see if they would give me a key for this. Yeah. So, audio test. That should be fine, I guess, for all of you. Yeah, this game is great. I love it. We have an entire cannon, you get the notice and stuff. And more importantly, I forgot we get the cinematic for this. You're supposed to follow the exact thing that they're telling you to do, meaning you're supposed to... The location is already set for the thing, but you can move it. The target, it tells you the exact target you're supposed to aim and what type of shell you're supposed to aim. And you can also just, you know, record everything that's important if you want. And then you're supposed to be like, yeah, you do your thing, you do this, you're like, yeah, this, and you aim at the 4-2 that's required, except that I'm gonna aim at 6-0 because funny. Then you go here, you go up, turn the shit out of this. What to do, you just do this, bam. And shell. Technically you have this, but I think it's kind of overkill to use this on the first mission. So funny thing is, this specific mission, nothing changes. It's always the same setup. So you can do this only on this one. And yes, everything moves. Meaning if I want to open this, downstairs move. We're gonna just set up this 86.7, but more importantly, there's one thing I need to go do. Yeah, it's a 2. Okay, I didn't put too many. Which makes sense, it's a 9 kilometers. We're just gonna make some coffee. Need to put it on the green, so give me a minute. I'm making coffee. It's very very important. You know. Yep. Down. There we go. There we go. Would have loved this in VR though. Yeah, would have been great in VR. Just for the view. Like, I would love to see this in VR. I'm sure someone's gonna mod something for VR at some point. It's wow, does it do the cinematic? It does the cinematic, even though it's not gonna fall on the target itself. It falls next to it. Did I miss? I missed. A 6-0 was fine last time. Maybe I needed to aim more in between, you know. But technically we can just, you know. There is one tool that people don't know about, and this I feel like you can just use this to get the idea of the range, you know. You can just decide that if that was too small, we're just gonna use something else, you know. Where is my HCHE? There we go. Goodbye. This was the first, we're just leaving it here. There we go. Range 914. Yep. Give me this. Slight recalibration. Yeah, you can just grab them and drop them on the table. Look at the detail they put in this game, it's just ridiculous. I wish I had the second cannon, at least I could reload faster and think faster, but currently it's closed for the training. I'm gonna wipe an entire region of the map. 88.2. We're supposed to hit like supposedly the mission is going like supposed to be going. You shoot at the middle of the target exactly, and it hits this too, which is an orbital. Except that we're gonna avoid that while also doing something stupid. Yes, you can make the the vehicle go brrr. You see this beautiful area with at least a few buildings here, a few buildings here, here. Piece of the trunk. Not worry about that. And there's a bunch of people here, civilians, that are going to see something beautiful. A new park! Kind of. Isn't that a beautiful park? We get the target also. And I didn't kill the most important part for me. I didn't kill this hospital. Because the thing I want to show is that we're working for the good guy, you know that, because someone exploded that hospital that I did not blow up. It is horrible. They even had a new park just built in front of the hospital. Should get it. You should get it, yes. Well, yeah, I did gold the last time, but I'm just doing the funny because, well, the medal stays, so I don't really need to care. What is that? Oh, it's just a kitchen. It has a kitchen, that's nice. Nice to have a kitchen and a toilet. Where are we supposed to aim again? Ah yeah, we're supposed to... I think the IRNS is... yeah, the IRNS should be fine. Place the spotter, place the bearing, and yeah, that's all. So, spotter 1, M9, 1, 1. You go to M9, you go 1, 1, 1, 1. Spotter 1. And then spotter 2, M2, 5, 8. Then you got the yellow one, which doesn't do the thing. 039. You do the bearing up to the limit so that you can see where the thing is supposed to be, because 092 is 092. 92. Okay. Supposed to be here, meaning we have a target in the middle here. What are we supposed to shoot? I think it's an enemy, so... Target 1. Do they tell us? HE only, okay. You just do this, you put the HE in, you grab the range. I need my red thingy and I just do this. And supposedly there should just be target in the middle there. Supposedly, I think it's 3 shells? 3 charges this time. 13:10. My music is gone, I forgot. 1 second. We're gonna pass to the second disc. I don't know where it is. Clyde? Yes, such a good boy. Why me? Why you? But because you are. That is very true, I do have to agree. It's very loud in my ears, by the way.
for more immersion. Kinda wish I had the second gun. And you're supposed to, you know, do all of those things manually one after another. Just to confirm that everything's in alright, but you can also just do everything and then... Can't even hear the War of the World cannon. Definitely not gonna hit some civilian. Definitely not. Knowing this game, probably. Ooh, there's more. I think I can get both of them by just shooting here. 68.3. 3 shells. 3 charge, I mean. Reacquired 98. How was the first shot? 92. Need to wait for the thing to charge. That's why I want the second cannon. I don't want to shell an exceptional or random shot really like sniper it. Yeah, it would be nice, but it would have needed to create an outside world because I'm pretty sure the outside world doesn't exist. Outside of maybe terrain deformation, in case you're shooting at the mountain, for example. Mission fire ready, this ready, 68.3 ready. Confirmation. I think I can rotate because there's no more like we're supposed to shoot somewhere around here afterwards. Yeah, outside world is pinchy in your only window, that is the case, yes. Then we can grab this. And now we need to do star shell only, fire in the vicinity of the coordinate below. Distance, yeah. 255. Also just like this. Ah, I can keep the parts and bits that fell from the roof of the... This vehicle is definitely... Like, this cannon is definitely staying fully repaired, you know? Definitely not falling apart. Shoot at the palace with the king, I did that when I did the game. Also, you can just scroll, like you can hold to just keep, like, grab two data at the same time, or multiple datas. So, I need the yellow. They want me to shoot at 234. With 7 kilometers from this one. Oh wait, it's both. It's from both. From the oh, it's from the same. Why am I? Just grab spotter one and you just tell it to shoot at 270, 255 or 17. It's in this area. I mean, it's supposed to be here, but I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be around here that you're supposed to shoot. So we're gonna shoot here just for the laugh, because it's relatively close, you see. Learning how to do this game better, my math is suck. Don't need math, just need to shoot. Just need to not pay 591. P31. You ever have to face up against other? There is a mission called counter batteries. I haven't tested it. And technically, if you shoot at your allies, they're gonna shoot at you and destroy you. But yes, you can die. And you have, at some point, you have the ability to make the entire vehicle move around the map. Either move somewhere or move randomly to escape enemies. So yes, there is things that you do need to take into account. And hi, Gunther. Yeah, no, they're falling from the sky because technically you have this to use as a reference point. If I do this, look, if I do this, well, this time it didn't do anything, but there we go. That makes the entire thing vibrate and make parts fall up, fall from the sky. I'm not sure it's good for the engine, but yeah. Well, but I did use scout ahead of my first strike. Can't about it in training can feel a bit more intense as missing it has more consequences. Yeah, could have a PvP mode like that then. Yeah, you could, definitely. Forgot to do the noise. We're supposed to shoot here, but from what I remember, you're supposed to shoot more over there, technically. It will tell me to change direction anyway, so it's fine. Because all you do is you grab this. And it tells you to shoot here. It's literally this. 056 it's just, yeah, you just shoot at the thing. Oh, I was not too far. But yeah, if you want, you can also shoot an HE shell here. Not that it's recommended, but... I mean, technically, I could. Because the funny thing is, even if you do it, if you finish the mission, you still manage to get the... I still managed to get the gold medal. I always forget I should be doing this first. Because this takes a while. I have to change slight bit bearing. beautiful. Let's replace my SSD today. Part of my paycheck is gone. Mom. Like every time you shoot, I think it's gonna drop some bits and bobs on the floor. And just for safe measure, you know. We did it! Woo! They're happy. High Command is happy. They're gonna be very happy soon. I can do just one technically. Because if I do one and I do power 78, and shit. And then 328. And go up this a bit more. There we go. Then oh no. Ah, like there is no issues if I do this, definitely. Salut! I love the... I'm not sure I understand the message, sir. The tank is a bit vibraty. What are they saying? But yeah, if you do this, you die. But the funny thing is, hi Biffy, hi see, is that you just press the hold button and congratulations, you got a gold star. You did accuracy 100%, shot fired 3, total kill 5, 2 allies, 3 enemies. Acquisition spent, well, so the requisition is for the next mission. Longest with kill streak 2, average skill per impact 1, most skill by single impact 2. Amazing, isn't it? So back to the mission that I had to redo a few times because I was trying to get all the gold star on it. And yes, we're moving. You look at the window there, it's and I did this mission so much that I know that we're on I-655, but I need to place it myself. I-653, never mind, 53, I almost did a big oopsie. It was like 6. I get my spotter. No, I can't get my spotters yet. I seen. I'm just gonna let him do his job we probably, well, we're just gonna set up the thing, call money and collected, you know, G9, G9, 6 and that other number, yes. K6, 9.7. 7 E2 to E2 Brutus 1.8. There we go. Now we can remove all of this because I still have my bolts, my nuts and bolts. And then you just come here and you go like, flop. That is pretty nice. I like it. So I need spotter 1, 219, 0. We're gonna put some music back. First one. There we go. It's very important for morale. 63. So meaning we have probably a target around here. We are probably not gonna shoot right away. I'm probably gonna mostly use the flare shell first. 306 from spotter 3. And 264. And we have target here. Yes, I know the line are crossing each other, but that's fine. And then I need this. Spotter 3, 2.27 kilometers. All the targets here, or is there one target on the other side? Target 31. Wait, oh, that's gonna be so close. It's probably around here. There's probably something around here, meaning if I shoot... First of all, I can shoot a flare gun, a flare shell around here because I know... No, not around here. Before that is the... That's kind of cheating because I know that, but I need to do this one. And then I could shoot the flare over there. Meaning I need... So welcome to the... I'm probably needing an AP shell. Oh. We're gonna use the life gun first. And it's 717. Swinging is probably 2. 717. Rotate to 105. Shove that in. Shove that in. 2. Shove that in and shove that in, and we are almost ready. And I passed the 105. Hi, Baba. See? Yes, such a good snack. Yeah, you just shove it in very hard. The big rod. We are perfect. I don't even need to touch that. This we're just gonna go up to like it's probably 615 and stuff. So that's for this, and then the other one is 664, which is 39. So yeah, if I aim around 40, it should. My two cannons in correct arrangements. I could have set up the second shell already on the, but yeah, instead I have this AP shell. And like this, you need to go to 1 something. 43. 02. And you need to go to 39. 84. There we go. Boop, 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 boop. And now we need to fill in the heavy shell. Because we're going to have to reassess this. Okay, 689. Push that in. Let's get a leash. But always has a leash. What are you talking about? $41, 34. I think I forgot to put all the things together. And now we can rotate to the other side. Because this is gonna hit this. We need an AP, probably another star shell, I guess. Now we are gonna wait and see what the... There we go, got the requisition for this. Above the amount. Cute. A massive publish. You know what that means? We need to go walk the pup. And yes, the pup will be walking next to the iron nest, not inside of the iron nest. Otherwise that doesn't count. For this purpose, that is beautiful and a good choice. Definitely. Okay, that was completely useless, but I'm pretty sure. Well, we can do two more star. Well, one more star shell and big cannon. Star shell on one of the thing. One HE shell on the other. I don't fucking care. At this point, which one is the shell? It's the other one. Okay, so. We're gonna load both in. Remove this. Remove this. We don't care. We don't care about this. We just remove this. Gonna do one shot here, and at the same time we're gonna do one shot here. That's going to be a flare. So one of them is gonna be a 1 charge, the other 2 charge. 850, wait, 25. But that's the top one. And the other one's 1 charge, and it's gonna be 82. And then we go, this is the star shell. And this is the HE shell. So star shell needs to be the shortest one, so 1 charge. And 2 charge on this side. I don't really care, that's incorrect. Because that's based on the calculation, but the calculation is for one of the shell. And then we need to aim 265. We need to aim correctly for the first one, so 265.0. The other one doesn't need to be accurate because it's just gonna be a flare gun, and it's gonna do a lot of illumination. 5950. Pop with a leash does sound perfect though, I will have to say. We need more pop leash. Ah, 84. And then I can do the funny this time and just have both cannon at the same time. Just gonna make this. Oh no, it has multi. It can multi-track drift. Sylvie, thank you for the resub, sweetie. We are doing cozy shooting. It's one target down, and I see an horrible target. This is bullshit. I'm sorry, there is a bunch of allied under this. How am I supposed to? I guess 3 AP shells. And I also need to find the 4th one because wait. We have 3, that is correct. We have 5. That's just 2. Meaning there's 4 around here somewhere. I need another star shell. That's kind of a shame. I treat it with AP. Yeah, that's the plan. I do need one more star shell, which I wasn't planning to need, hopefully, but yeah. We're gonna have to go a few star AP rounds. How many targets do I have still? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, well. It's gonna be fun to do. There we go. I need... That's one AP shell. That's the star shell. This one needs to go... That's the star shell. there's nothing under this. Yeah, there's nothing under this, nothing under this. Wanted to check that. I need to shoot here. Then I need to shoot a bit everywhere also. But we're gonna do the fire solution for the flare gun first. Gun flare. It'll be so cute. This. I'm guessing. That's the 5 kilometers range. Okay, we need one at less than 5, and the rest is above 5. One shell, 57, but this is... yeah, this is gonna be annoying. There we go, 56. Are we... now we're far from the... When I did it, I managed with one flare to get all the enemies that were there, and there was one more than I needed to shoot here, but now I needed to shoot 3 of those shells. There we go, there's the target. And now what you do is you grab this thing, you put it on AP, you just go there and you just find this target. And then you just go and you just go like, not this. I didn't need this. This. And then you turn this to... did I forget to... that was the flare. I need 8, 86, 2, 82. Here's the big gun. Yeah, I don't know if I can show the gun anymore because it's closed over there, and I think maybe if I close this. No, it doesn't. Okay. I don't know how you reopen the thing over there. Maybe there's a button somewhere. Also, there's a roof exit. Push it in. Push it in a limit. Highway to the danger zone. $297. It's my next target. It's gonna be 505. Put it down there. This is not high enough. 5292. We go. The other one needs to go down to 30. The next shell. We're not gonna be using it for now, but this one's ready. 97.8. My brain doesn't hear anything anymore. Just gonna put our storage of things here, you know. This one's gonna be annoying there. I guess if I shoot here, it should be fine. I can put it on. Yeah, very practical indeed. Two 64.9. Tick. 30. 40? Shoot 30. There we go. Fixed. Need to be very accurate on that shot, because I don't want to miss that shot there. You can go in. I'm just gonna put one shell because for the next one that's relatively close shot. The other one that's just there. Wait, oh. I can do both at the same time. 59 to 35.9. This one's gonna be 2, this one's gonna be 1. This has been shot. That's 508. 67. There's only one on the left. Left needs to go to 50. This one 56. You need to go to only 30. Don't get your hopes up. I'm not even sure if it's gonna work honestly, because it's gonna need to be overly accurate. But that's fine. They are good, both of them. Let's see. Is that a double shot? A proper double shot? That did manage to hit something behind, but it's almost impossible there. I was on top of it. Ceasefire, hospital destroyed. But we did hit both of the targets. So it's all good. Is there anything else? And down. Okay, we're good. Yeah, no, it was impossible for me to avoid that poor hospital there. There was people inside of the thing itself. Remorse are dirty, yeah, do not carry them in your mouth. Roof gun works in the sun, natural light improvement, morale and visibility. Craters are temporary, castle is permanent, walk around them proudly. Loud noise build character, citizens are encouraged to endure with enthusiasm. Yeah, I did better on another one. Because all of that is scuff, as you can see. Did manage to get those 2 silver. Skirmish. Shield uncontested front. Enemy force have been caught. Mid. Display in an exposed position. No counter battery threat has been intentioned in sector. High commands does engagement. The Iron's Nest discretions. Let's see how this one goes. Chill mode. This is a replayed sunbelt mission. There is no end, there is no objective. Let's see what we have. We're gonna do a few things. Where are we? Reference point alpha. Iron C7 and spotters there, okay. It's a lot of things to place. You move a bit. Iron is on C7. 80. I'm so happy they have a mode that's called shield mode and that lets you just do shooting at your wishes. That's so good. E2 Brutus for 2. That's spotter 1. Spotter 2 is on B8. B4. And spotter 3 is cozily on B5, just next to his friend, kind of 07. Now, this we can remove. Being 045 from spotter 1. I think it might be the position of. No, never mind. And 10 km from spotter 2. And 15 kilometers. What is the alpha marker? Supply cache representing sector. Point alpha bearing. Yeah, okay. I'm guessing that might be the. Oh no, bearing from alpha. Okay. We have an alpha point over there, that's what they meant. This is alpha. Bearing 148 from alpha means that there we go. Being 0989 from spotter 3. Back, that is one target. And 216 from alpha. kilometers from spotter 1. It's not very far. 284. That's target 2. And being 0, 13 and distance 6 from target 2. From target 2. So 13. Woo. Woo. 74. I get that 0. There we go. There we go. Now I can. That should be target 3. And I have one target here. I have a target here. And I have a target here. Here, I mean. We're gonna do easy. One time use thingy. 15. I'm just gonna use stations. 1, 2, 3. There we go, and then we're gonna use the HE shells. I don't care. Put them all on the right magazines. Hopefully it's gonna be fun. Let's go. 92. Close that down. This one needs 2 at least. $92. Technically I can do 93. It's gonna be in between the 2. Shoot one here and one here. It's, I mean, yeah, I can start shooting this one close. That's should be fine. 508. A30. 48. Throw that in. I don't know how many I need to put, so I shouldn't do that yet. I can just put this already. It's fine. Ah. 30, 48. I know it's not actually correct, but that's fine because like it should fall around here, that's fine. When this is finished, we need to do the second one, which is 10 kilometers. first one was south. I got plenty of targets. I can just drop one RT here. If I do the same shot. Good, 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 good. Well, technically I can just leave this as the other one. It needs a second shot. This can go up to 32. Need this to close down so that they can start. 96. There you go. And 30, 48. There we go. And now, technically, it should technically work. Ah, it's a bunker, god damn it. I need to aim harder on this. I need an 8p shell. Eesh. I need another AP shell. Boats there that could sink. I might also need to readjust slightly. And that's right, and that's just it's fine. Remove this one. Remove this one for now. 91 for 5 kilometers. So close to just being perfect. Look, and 08 80. There we go. Now this side we need. Why not there we go. AP shell. Oh wait, I already charged it. This is going to be 2. The other one. Hi, Vlav. This one's gonna be 3. Two is 30. And the 3 is 43. 3006. How's the Vlav? How you doing? Okay, 4. This is 33. 20. And there we go. 9603. There we go. One target down. That's how many? 75 requisition. Yeah, I see another target that's relatively nice there. Yep. And we're gonna shoot this one just because it's one of the thing. I need another AP shell. Apparently I'm stacking the AP shell bezel. 561. It's very gimmicky. 561. 3. 105. Doing alright, Cozy? I hope so. We're probably going to be dancing again, like a crazy bean that danced under the hellfire of summer. Can probably load one. Oh wait, I forgot. I don't have any more shell on this island. I know I do have some HE. We don't have any reason to use HE yet. Like there's no groups of enemy that are way too close. Maybe this? When my launch find thingy? If I do this here, maybe? I could do one here. One HE around over there. So that's perfect. But for now we are 3006. I need 3366. Gonna destroy that storage. You can go in. And we need to move to 9205. And 88, such two things. $39. That was this. And 50, 94. I remove this one. Can remove all of this. I can grab one of the stuff. Oh no, it's an AP shell. I don't have anything. Oh wait, there's one now. Is that the shell? Yeah, that's the star shell. The 33 now I need. Mm, 94. There we go. And then we go. That should maybe kill those two. That supply cache. Those CBT. I can survive battery fire. Oh. They do have counter battery fire. And I do have another target here. Give me AP. I think I have an AP on this. No, I don't have an AP. That's range 960. Yep, that's what I wanted to do. I don't need this, but I am gonna need to shoot it somewhere if I want to have the map visible. That was this. I don't need this. I can shoot. I could shoot the flare over here. Mm. 87, no, 90, 57, 60. Ooh, there's a big target now. And another target here. Just give me my IHE shell, there's an IHE placement for it. Thank you for the hydrate. We do have also just next to it this. Meaning that technically what I could do instead of doing this, I can just grab the HE shell and shoot it on the same range as this and just do this. So this is going to be 6, yeah. 884 and 767. You go here, you go here. That's a star shell. Technically I should probably be using it somewhere else. Just, you know. I'm just gonna shoot it somewhere. At 5304. Empty that shell. Now I need an AP round on that left one. Left mag. AP round. Miss off map. Okay, I I shot too high. That's fine. I was just trying to empty my shell that I had in the cannon. $85. We have any HE and we have any AP. I should be able to clear out both of those targets at the same time. Look at this, look at this. One. Two booms. Bing, sputter 3, bing. Holy fuck, they're giving me even more things. Missed shot, yeah, I know. It's giving me even more bangs, but the issue is, yeah. I think we're gonna stop here for now. I mean, in this mission, because it's an infinite mission, as you all noticed. Gonna go say hi to the cat. I have picked up Asher. There we go. Downstairs, yeah. The place special volume of asset over the course of the mission. Yeah, well, it's a long mission, so I kind of want to do the limited in time mission too. Because yes, the chill mission is nice, and I'm definitely gonna replay that a lot, just for the coziness of it. Restore master power switch to on before proceeding. Enemy first have deployed artillery across the river and happens to recent activity. This was anticipated. Prioritize elimination of all implement. Be prepared. Counterbatting the armor will recommence on first shell lands. So first we are on I-653. Yeah, we didn't move. That's the other mission. I need one to run here again. One is S9. Very far on enemy territory. Congratulations. K6. It's just in front of us. Okay, 662. And M1 guard. 63. This is going to be fun. Yeah, I need to. Like, they said once shell lands, so technically, if you drop star shells, it shouldn't be a shell landing, right? But first of all, I should probably do all the small lines. 119 from spotter. Two. And okay, spotter 1 is kind of funny. 196. Meaning there's one target here. Tier 1. And 207. Yeah. 893 from spotter 3. Why did they swap the name? Holy fuck, it's almost on the opposite map for it. 933, holy shit, it's gonna be here, you're gonna see. 1 kilometers. Oh. Okay, it can be either of those positions. I need to drop a flare over there, obviously. It's gonna be funny, I'm gonna also flare my own units. This I can remove. So meaning I need to... That's gonna be fun. I need to drop a flare here. And I can technically do... technically all 3 shirts requires 2. We're probably going to try to see if I don't get counter batteried while doing the flare. This is the middle one, so we're gonna just put them in order. 98 would be the last one. Right. Oh wait, no. Wait. Yeah. Is it? Yeah. Yeah. Meaning the 2 at the bottoms are the potential position. This is a position. This is the star. That's gonna be... Wait, no? Yes, this is the star. This is the 2 potential position that we've seen. Meaning I have a star shell ready. We're gonna put an HE shell for this on the right mag. That's ready. Do I have a movement thingy? No, I don't have the movement thingy. This one I can technically cheese by just doing R2. No. Q4 with 119. 04 119. That doesn't make me shoot, so it's perfect. Oh, 4. 119. Where the fuck is the other one? We're missing one, guys. It's only one here. We've been lied to. What did you do? Where's artillery 2? 27097. Oh, did I forget a thing? Oh yeah, I forgot a thing. God damn it. That's my fault. Oh, is he just... Yeah, he's just next to him. That was a bad calculation on my part then. Yeah. Because you are here. I should have gone this way. That's fine. We'll compensate at some point. I'm not gonna be using more. But yeah, I could have probably done... I'm not gonna be using one more. We are going to do what I said, meaning I need to turn this thing to 72. I could even do 70 and be ready. 70.1, and in case it's on 70.1 I can shoot directly. I'm not overwhelmed, I haven't shot yet. What's that? This is ready. Yes. Don't... yeah, we have a star ready. Yes, moving on its own. Stop it. Stop it. 71.1. If it's on 70.1, we can shoot directly. Meaning... I think technically if I shoot here, it should be a picture large enough to catch this too, so... I should be able to just do 5502 then. Because if I do 5502, then I can just get ready both, well, one cannon, and the moment I know that it's a cannon, I can start shooting. Also, I should probably... This is correct, and we're gonna assume that this is also correct, even though it's probably not correct. And I should probably have shells ready. Afterwards, because we're gonna need to move quickly. But first, 75.7 with we're gonna keep that just in case we need to change the firing range. At least. Did I change? Oh wait. It's supposed to be... If 5502, I didn't set it up properly. I mean, it's an HE shell, so if it's close to the thing, it's on the other one. Okay, turn to 75, 02, and 59. $59, 88, please. I don't care about verification. And now we just fill that up with one shell. We go, woo! 830. We go down that cannon. And this. I don't care about verification anymore. Shove that in, please. And we're also going to do the 735 for the other one so that we are ready to shoot that other shell. HE, yeah, go in. I don't care if there's civilian. They didn't have to be next to it. It's not my fault. Just to make him happy, we're gonna do the verification, you know. 59, 90, 80. 34. And we'll need to move to 135. 1, 2. Up, up. If I refer, scan and ready. And 35 refer. Manually, yeah, let's go. That's a double shot, which hopefully is gonna work. I could have maybe shot this too at the same time, but I don't think I would have it. Done! Oh, restore limit remaining across the river, consider sector destroying remaining runs. 1, 2. Can you move? 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, okay, well. They're not very well positioned to be eliminated in groups, so yeah. We're just gonna whoop, 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 and whoop. I'm guessing you're supposed to like, I should have shot around here, but yeah, it's fine. Oops. We are not here to do perfect shots currently, we are just here to do the funnies and do the mission, which we did. We're just gonna switch the music also. Give me this. Bit of a change because I'm still missing a bit of music. And I can just, I can't use, wait. Could use incendiary, but I don't think it's a good idea. HE shell. I guess HE shells then. I have a star shell left over. That's it. Okay, I need more HE shells. They're all spread out, so it's gonna be annoying. Look. I need one here. I need one here. And I need one here. These two can be together, I guess. In order, it's this. 8 to 3. Then 10, so we need 3 shells for those. 36. $94. That's in order of this one, and then those two. Because as you can see, if I take my this is 10 kilometers. At 10 kilometers, I need 3, and at 5 kilometers, I need 2 above 5 kilometers. It's 2, 3, charge. That's it, have to poof and blowing stuff up. They can't see. So meaning I need to shove those shells in. I need 2 on the first one, then 3. No, then 2. We're just gonna pass over the 2 others. It's 51.9 and 48.18, but 113 and 76. 113. We just work on this. Uh, 51 of 90 and 48 something. $51.90 and 38. Can I stop having people on my tongue, please? Say, stop it! Press the buttons. And there we go. Woo! 276. Beep boop, beep boop. Mm, 7605. Just and it's 2 charges. This one is dead. This one is probably dead. 1, 2, 3. Damn it. Oh wait, I need to wait on this too. I may have shit something that wasn't allied. No? Counter battery of set have been detected. Okay, we need to... not this. I need my things. We need to change target. Can you just do this for me? I need both shell. I didn't need 3 things, but that's fine. 740. 754. New target 3060. $815. We're just gonna do $815. $74.3. Just don't care. You go to 3016. Shut up outside. Just shoot this already. They stop shooting at me back. An AP shell. It's not gonna be very helpful. And this needs to go to 4890. That's gonna be taking a bit. I guess we can just put this one when it's ready. I need to rebuy a shell for the right mag. $49, 48, 90 up. And now we need to, well, we can do this. And now we can move. Did this one, we did this one. Yeah, I managed to hit the targets. I missed. God damn it. I missed. 72-2. That's fine. We go accurate this time. If you do 11. $48.66. 72. I didn't notice I had too many bearings. Go up already. $48.90. Woo! Faster. Need to be relatively accurate, that's the issue. That was a missed shot on this. But this should be good. There we go, we got it. The star unit remains, probably with counter batteries. But we're not gonna buy stuff for now. Thank you for the stretch and hydrate. My coffee's ended. Sag. 41, 44. Just so that it doesn't complain, you know. Wait. Oh, I love it. First casting of the mainland. August 2. Oh. Ah, you can technically reopen it if you want. It's a beautiful outside, you know. So now I need to turn 84 and 86. And April Fools. We're not in April, so it's not an April Fools. I don't know what you're talking about then, my friend. 176. I think we're ready, meaning first one is short range 41, 44. We shoot the right side on 84, 5, yes. And then we turn to 8601. And boom. And we get ready to see if we need to go buy shells, because it might be that we have counter batteries again. I'm also wondering if I couldn't have used a shell in middle of the two, but I think it shouldn't have been big enough. Where's my circle? Yeah, no, would not have been big enough. Sector is clear. We did it. Short form, the devs of this game from the first. Huh? I'm not sure what you're talking about, honestly, there. ST mechanized. Unless might, a new era warfare, the general declared the world crumbled to respond to the unveiling. Exclusive and preventive self-defensive measure. Obviously on. That's... There, complete ammunition acquisitioning only minimum asset necessary. Yeah, I did not do that, but yeah. I did all perfectly. I got a new shell, Iron Road. Valdemar sit astride the supply corridor. High command intends to sever. Going against the garrison there is expecting reinforcement by rail. How am I going to do that? It's moving and I don't have a direct view of the things. I guess I could do just a simple K6 to, well, G6 to G690, yeah. How much do I have? Ooh, HC. Well, just gonna, but if I do that, it's gonna get shut down probably. What is it? I'm on a C322. Plane will reach valley at approximately 1060 50. Plane movement. Oh god. It's timed. Rail line. Yeah, but did they give us more info, or is it just, oh yeah, just do this. C3 699. Nice. No, C322, never mind. Doop-a-doop-a-doop. I don't need those bearing. 6 kilometers from station. On bearing main station. I'm guessing main station is where? Where is main station? Is it there? They're not very clear on that. Oh, there you go. D6. Ah, this is the thing. Okay, yeah, that's true. It's just this. This, and they're going. Yeah, going to the main station. Okay, so. I want to. Well, I could probably Alpha, Beta, and Gamma, and C. I need. 6 kilometers would be here. And then 4 kilometers. First of all, I should probably, because it's at 6. Well, technically I could actually just... I would be in the city, that would be annoying. I would be good if I can hit it at A or B. First of all, then... Space this for me. Set up an AP shell, I guess. Oh, an HCH. So tempting. We're just gonna use an HE shell. $13 kilometers, meaning we need this. And we need this shell in. We need to rotate to 75. We can probably also just grab another one. I'm guessing we're gonna get counter battery though. 25.8. There we go. Open this for me, dude. And 650. I'm using a AP shell, meaning I need to be very accurate because it's gonna be at best. How much time of flight? They don't give me the time of flight of the shell. That's the issue. But I guess we can probably We should have time still. I mean, they give me... It's doing 10 kilometer, 2 kilometers every 4 minutes. So every minute it's doing 1 kilometer, 0.5 per minute, and so 0.25 per 30 seconds. So yeah, I'm not sure how big the scale is on this. Now you got to say 52 something, 76. There we go. And I'm guessing it's gonna take 30 seconds to shell, so we're gonna aim now. That's gonna be close. Wait, did I eat the... Well, I mean, if you're asking it so gently, you know, we might as well, right? Just nuke it. Because there is nothing where it is, I'm pretty sure. And yeah. Compose yourself and go up. That was so perfect though. I did actually aim correctly. I managed to hit the train car. If I had shot and it had hit at 50, it might not have hit the target. And now the funny shell. That costed probably way less than what it's gonna give me. I might need to kill this one and those two. I don't think they might not be... Never mind, they're all in range. Perfect, now I just need to kill those two. Whoop. Woo. $37. Well, it's approximately the same thing for both. I'm gonna do just 90, 54.90 for one of them. 54, 88. We have an 18. No, we have only APs. It's fine. For 90 for this one. Like increase because it's slight increase in distance. So we're at 74, so it's the short one. Yeah, so 74. Short range, fire. Now we go to 79.3. And we do long range. Fire. Not long range, longer range. What did they say, by the way? This time the same remaining. Ah, I just wiped the floor with one shell. Like hit directed on train. Lep. It's one vehicle that's gonna get blepped too. We have a major target. It's complaining. Alden operator, item for the position, waiting us in an to consist of 2 armored emplacement block. That's a projectile light. Yeah, destroyed and armored emplacement require high pitch shells. That's perfect because we already have that on the. There's 2 of them, you said. Probably needing that's 15. Oh, never mind. 62. Fire pillbox 1. Being from spotter 1. Where's spotter 1 again? Ah, I need to place my spotter again. Thank you. H7. They were not there. 5. So close to the enemy territory at this point. And I4. 5-9. They're just next to the enemy territory at this point. Spotter 2, distance of 51 kilometers. Just next to them. That's kind of crazy. And 1 kilometer from spotter 1. Shoot on my position! Yeah, that's kind of the idea there, right? And we have 1 that goes up there with 330. 151. There we go. I got those 2. I'm just gonna pass. I think I'm just gonna. I'm gonna splurge, guys. And by I'm gonna splurge, I mean I'm gonna splurge on a shell, which we won't be able to shoot yet. But I do to load this shell and get it ready for the small target I probably already positioned. And the other one is getting 338. Or one of those 2 positions. God damn it. This one's 1 shell, this one's probably also 1 shell. I'm just gonna. $686. We're gonna target that thing that's in the background there because I saw it. I didn't want to let it go, so yeah. And now we need to grab this. Throw one here and throw one here. I'm not letting you leave. I don't know what you are, but you're not gonna be alive. It doesn't tell you on this. Anyway, hospital destroyed. 25 recognition. Yay! War crime. Yay! Can you close that up, please? Don't like having the... Close it. God damn it. 26, stop responding. Oh god, I need to go faster. They're slow. 73. I hit the hospital. It's fine. Pum, 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 pum. Look. 7, 19. Yep. Oh, we are good, we are good. This is not good. Go in. Yeah, the flare can't go that far, but that's fine. We're gonna charge an AP shell on this. And an AP shell on this too. I guess there was already an AP shell in there. Yeah, there was an AP shell. We'll see if we need to do recalculation. 33. Yep. Tell me where they are. I need help. Let's this one. I need to destroy this thing. Okay. You are going to die. I need 685 at 4110. 71.4. Dodge. Fire. I'm guessing I need to push that in. And also just, you know. Since it's not here, it's probably here, and we're gonna just shoot at it directly. Meaning 764, yeah. Six. Did I get it? I got it. Yep. 46.9, hype up. Have the thing on the ground. Oh, we got the disc. That's why. That's the thing that comes out of the thing. Thank you. Music. I don't care about verifications. Also, you shoot here and shoot here. When our troops got hit. Sadly, but I think we did manage to push. I just need to eat that. I don't need this. And now we just tell this to win 753. We got back. I need one more shell, which I think can be AP shell. $18. We got and now we pass to 7.7. Let me go. Wait for this to be at around the level where it needs to be. 39, 26. Main station destroyed. I don't think my HE AP there would be enough to eat both at the same time, so yeah, I don't really have a reason. But if I can support those two, that's probably gonna help a bit, so we're gonna shoot at this and then shoot at this. And we need to pass to 74 or 77. Go far. 97.7. And I need 2 shells. you and you and that's 8 exactly, and 854. And so 77.7 and 854, meaning 51 degrees for that one and 41 for the 48 for the other. I don't care about this. This is not important. This is important. This is useless. We need to shoot the 51-24 first. I can set up the 48 probably at the same time. Still going up, we're just gonna engage. And then move to 74.5. Wait for this to be ready. Those two should be done. Now we can move to those two. We should probably start by the closest to enemy to allies first, which is probably 49. Did I miss? Apparently I missed, guys. Don't mind me. Well, it's fine. We're gonna take care of the other one. Nine, 7, 6, 2. I need 3 shells. Higher Dayakane. 1 shell here. 1 shell here. And 1 shell here. I'm glad I didn't hit an ally. Seven, 6, 2. And 7, 7, 2. You can change the timer. Ooh. And 49.9. I need to switch to, yeah, okay, sure, good. I'm gonna be ending after this mission, obviously. But it is fun. I love it. 45. 72. Those two are ready. We had 49.9, so it should be the 45.72, this one. And then we just go to the 50s with this to go to 60.7. And just and now we just go back to take care of this one. just like the time it takes to take a shell though. It's kind of funny. Ah, I see. I wasn't supposed to use the flare shell without. They took the flare shell as me trying to get their target, or maybe me hitting this as a push forward, even though it wasn't. It was me shooting at the hospital. And now we should be able to just do the 77. It should be those two, right? Approximately, yeah. You're turning still. $853 kilometers. I missed one shell, that's kind of sad. I could have not missed a shell. But yeah, I did. I hope we get at some point where we need to repair stuff or stuff like that. I know it would make the game even harder, but it would be fun to have a more challenging sandbox round where you can repair stuff. I don't know how they would do this, but because I don't know if they would need to code an entire new system for stuff. Or maybe not. Maybe we don't need it. Indeed! Thank you for the 10 gifted sub! Thank you so much! Wow! You goob! How dare! Thank you so much! Wow! I feel like it might have been missing a shell, a charge, like explosive charge behind. Because yeah, it went halfway, I think. So yes, I may have put only one explosive thing in it. Must be chic for no good reason. How dare you? But thank you so much. Oh. I think we did it. I can feel targets. Use your wand. I could. I did it by reflex, you know, before shooting, and it may have backfired. So basically what you're saying is if I want I can just double check if there's nothing on the second city, right? I can probably just drop one shell here just to see if there's something. And it's 10 kilometers, so... Just to verify that there's nothing over there, you know. I'm just gonna do this for the happy thought. Eh. Oh, wow. The pipe leaking, it's fine. Need 42.36. Beautiful, beautiful. If I hadn't the reflex of pushing that warhorn, maybe I would not have made them die. Like they lost this group. They didn't lose this group, thankfully. They did lose this group though, so yeah, next time we don't do that when I redo it. But this one, this was nice, managing to hit the target. There is literally nothing left, okay. So yes, let's make some coffee, and we are going to end here. I put the coffee inside of the thing, that's kind of bad. A good coffee. But yes, this game is fun. I do recommend if you want to play this game. It came out relatively recently. I don't remember if it's counted on early access too, or if it's already fully out. It is a fully out game, so even better. And it is definitely worth it. A bit loud, don't play it for hours and hours on end because, yeah, it's ear ringing at some point. But otherwise, it's a very nice game. I can't go outside, such. You even have a shower, you know. Next to one of the leg. The toilet, sink, kitchen, yeah, a cat that you can modify and rename if you want. You can rename it Chat, which is funny because in French it means cat, you know. 100% tired eyes because we all know that's the most important part. When you play for hours and after quitting, I think that the ear ringing was no longer the in-game audio. Yeah. But yeah, no, it's definitely a fun game. Rebel Relief derailed. I'm starting to think that you can probably just nuke the thing with an HCHE right from the start because you unlock that from the start. I unlocked... I'm not sure what I unlocked. I think it's the scouts, the emergency run, and a shell. Can I go walk? Yeah, let me walk around. I want to be able to walk around. Why are they stopping me from stopping and walking around? Change mission, ice cars. 36 points. As you can see, the thing moves if you decide to. All-time kill high score 1,692 points. It's a Chinese account. I don't know. I'm not gonna say that people are cheating, but I would not be surprised if people were cheating. So yeah, I kind of wish we could turn the thing. Yeah. Thank you all for joining. It was fun. But yes, we are going to stop here, and I'm going to find a raid target for all of you. We are going to be back tomorrow with some Foundry for a bit. And Stocking's gonna make a raid train. I can't believe. Go check out Stocking, very wonderful bean. We should raid them instead. There we go, that's the idea. We're gonna raid Stocking, guys. Thierry and then obviously shake my head. Oh, I see a bean. I don't see a stream often, so we're gonna raid over there. Don't do that. But yes, thank you all for joining. I'll catch you all tomorrow for some Foundry and Wednesday for Helldivers. You'll stay wonderful, stay lovely, and thank you again for the raid, even though it's raid train. But yeah, go have fun with Fami and have a wonderful time. Bye bye, everyone. Have a good raid train, everyone.